on. We'll be getting you all the updates on that. The exact number of locations that are being raided right now still not clear, but raids are continuing across Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, as well as Haryana and Rajasthan, as well as the National Capital Region.
Mega crackdown of NIA across the country. More than 12 dozen locations is being raided by NIA. More trouble for gangster across the country. Keep watching Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना।
वो सपना जो बुना, तुझे लगा गुनगुना।
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
यार अजय, लुक एट योर डैड। हम इस उम्र में ऐसे रहेंगे क्या?
बिल्कुल रहेंगे, अगर पापा जैसी सही प्लानिंग की तो।
जैसे कि
मेरे पापा ने इन्वेस्ट किया LIC के जीवन अक्षय में, जो दे रहा है इमीडिएट और गारंटेड एन्युटी एट रेगुलर इंटरवल्स, जिंदगी भर के लिए।
वाह, पर हमें तो इस एज तक वेट करना पड़ेगा ना?
बिल्कुल नहीं, हमने तो अभी इन्वेस्ट किया है LIC के न्यू जीवन शांति में, जो हमें देगा डिफर्ड एन्युटी, मतलब कुछ साल बाद से रेगुलर इनकम।
आई सी।
LIC के एन्युटी प्लान्स दे एन्युटी ऑप्शंस और नियमित इनकम पाने में फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी। LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
आइए नए उत्तर प्रदेश की क्षमता और असीमित अवसरों से सफलता की नई कहानी लिखें। यूपी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स समिट 10 से 12 फरवरी 2023। नए भारत के ग्रोथ इंजन उत्तर प्रदेश में निवेश करें।
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
This is low parallel and low in Mumbai, where this is a scene that we've seen throughout this road. About 100 cars behind me, 200 people in all, and Republic TV is on the pickup truck that's leading the rally. So that's the situation here in Dadar. Very crowded because this is essentially the vegetable market, and people will have to pick up their daily supplies. Raj ji, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। राज जी,
Good morning and welcome. You're watching The Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a look at the top headlines we're tracking this Tuesday morning. It's a mega NIA crackdown across the country, raids in connection with gangsters. Carrying swords, hammers and stones, vans carrying Aftab are targeted. Group says they wanted to kill him.
जिन्होंने डेविड हेडली को रास्ता दिखाया कि मुंबई में जाकर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी कहां-कहां जाकर मौत के घाट हिंदुस्तानी को गिरा सकते थे, ऐसे लोगों का हाथ पकड़ के राहुल गांधी यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं.
Smriti Irani slams Rahul Gandhi, says he's marching with those who want to break India. Amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Baswaraj Bommai is to meet JP Nadda today. Andhra's Chief Minister's sister, YS Sharmila, is arrested and brought to Hyderabad. Widespread protests continue against China's COVID policy. Protests spread to Hong Kong as well. Well, the big story this morning, there has been a huge NIA crackdown across the country. NIA raids were conducted at over a dozen locations, raids in various parts of Delhi, Uttar Pradesh and Punjab. Raids have been conducted on a gangster network across North India. Multiple teams are part of the raids that are being conducted at various locations. Now, do remember that the NIA has been focusing on cracking down on this huge nexus that has been seen behind targeted killings across the country. Now, we are given to understand that these raids are, of course, being conducted in connection with certain gangsters who have been behind killings like those of Sidhu Moosewala. We are given to understand that on the target is the Bishnoi gang, as well as others that you see on your screen. So Kala Jathedi is one of those who is being targeted. As I was earlier saying, Sidhu Moosewala's killing, of course, did serve as a wake-up call for the police authorities as well as the NIA, which has launched a massive operation to be able to crack down on these gangsters. Now, we are given to understand that these gangs are largely involved in extortion, smuggling, as well as targeted killings. We are given to understand that raids are underway in Punjab as well as Haryana. The number of raids that has been conducted, of course, has now gone up. We are also learning that these gangs essentially are involved in extortion. Do remember that it was the Sidhu Moosewala murder case that actually brought the focus back on these raids. Some of these gangsters, of course, do also have connections overseas, and that is something that was also revealed after the Sidhu Moosewala murder case took place. Now, Lawrence Bishnoi, of course, is one of the key accused in that murder case. He's been taken into custody by the Punjab police now, and which is questioning him in this. But this is being seen as a wider network that is being cracked down upon by the NIA. So the crackdown, it appears, is taking place at least in 4 states, is what we are told. The raids are being conducted across Delhi, Haryana, Punjab, as well as Uttar Pradesh. 6 districts of Punjab are, of course, the focus of these raids. Now, there are multiple teams that have been formed by the NIA to conduct these raids. Now, the key focus of the NIA during this investigation has been a crackdown on gangsters as well as a crackdown on extortionists. Sidhu Moosewala murder case, of course, brought into focus how far the web of these gangs has spread. So, NIA conducting raids in Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, as well as New Delhi. We are trying to go across to our correspondents on the ground for more details. I think, in fact, we've got Gursimran joining us right now. Gursimran, good morning. Gursimran, we are given to understand that there are, of course, about 4 states where these raids are taking place, and the focus is on these gangs which essentially are accused of extortion and targeted killings. Give us more details, please. Gursimran, can you hear me? All right, I'm going to try once again to go across to Gursimran, who's reporting on this. He's bringing us the latest from Jammu, I think. And the focus, of course, of these gangs is largely in the northern part of the country. And the import of what was going on came to the fore after the Sidhu Moosewala murder case, in which these gangsters were involved, not just in extortion, but also targeted killings. I think Gursimran is back with us on the phone, joining us live, in fact, now from Jammu. Gursimran, give us more details in terms of what you're hearing about these raids. We are given to understand that multiple locations are being raided even as we speak.
Yes, earlier what we got to know that the raids are underway at the national capital Punjab and Uttar Pradesh, but now the sources are telling us that the area where the raids are happening has now expanded towards Haryana and parts of Rajasthan. See, the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and the Davinder Babiha gang, they are pretty active in the parts of Rajasthan as well as the Uttar Pradesh and Haryana as well. So the possibility lies there. Over 12 locations are being raided presently by the teams of the NIA. Some of the districts of the Punjab that are being raided, we are getting to know, includes Amritsar, Taran, Pathankot, Sangrur and Ludhiana are the districts where the raids are going on, and senior officials of the NIA are carrying out these raids. These raids are in connection with the FIR number 38 and 39 that was registered this year only by the National Investigation Agency, and this pertains to the syndicate of the gangsters, the terrorists that are working to carry out the acts of terror in India. These are two separate FIRs. One of the FIRs have named the gangsters like Gaurav Patyal and others, including the Neeraj Chaska, who was arrested from Jammu in September this year only. And the other FIR marks the mention of Lawrence Bishnoi, Kala Jathedi, and other top gangsters of the Punjab. Some of them are arrested, and there were inputs with the National Investigation Agency that they are still operating from inside the jails of the Punjab. A couple of days back, Lawrence Bishnoi was arrested from the Bathinda jail by the National Investigation Agency, and at present he is being grilled by the agency at the NIA headquarters in the New Delhi. And during the investigation, some of the facts have come into fore. That's why the raids are being carried out. We are being told that the number of locations that are being raided will gradually increase as the day progresses, as subsequent locations will too be raided by the National Investigation Agency with the developments that they get from these 12 plus locations from where the raids are going on. See, this is not only restricted to the gangster network. Yesterday evening, we have also shown how the Pakistan is actively using the Khalistani terrorists that are being given shelter by the ISI, be it Vadawa Singh, Ranjit Nita, Rinda, and other terrorists, those who are in Pakistan, who are getting the shelter on the behest of the ISI. They are being used to create a hybrid module of the gangsters. So this is the entire network that is working. When it comes to, be it Neeraj Chaska, who was one of the dreaded gangster arrested from Jammu, he was getting directions from the gangster sitting in Armenia. So this is a global plot of reviving terrorism, gangster in Punjab that is being probed by the National Investigation Agency.
All right, Gursimran, do stay with us. Also joining us on the broadcast right now is Anuj. Anuj, give us more details in terms of what you are hearing. We are given to understand that the focus also happens to be on the fact that these gangsters do seem to have a large number of terror links as well.
Well, that is something which is coming in light, and that's something on what the agencies are working at this point in time. And this is the reason why this particular mega crackdown of the NIA and the agency could be clearly seen since from the very morning. This is multiple raid which is going on across the country. More than 12 locations is under the raid at this point in time. As you pointed out very rightly, that this is not limited to the gangsters or the local fights or fights among the states, but this is like the terror angle which is also coming in light, and the agency has gone through the things that how these gangsters are even connected with the terror outfit, are even involved in the terror activities. That's something which is also coming in light by the sources in the NIA. So that is why we are seeing this multiple raids which is being conducted by the agency. This is not limited to one place. Let me tell you again, this is not limited to national capital, this is not limited to Punjab, but in Uttar Pradesh also the multiple places has been already raided. Right. And most importantly, let me tell you, this is all being under the MHA. That's Ministry of Home Affairs, who is continuously keeping a watch, and everything has been already informed to Ministry of Home Affairs that how the agency has connected the dots and how they are going to go ahead with the investigation. So what we have been told that this is later in the day, that how many arrested has been done, what all leads have been generated, and what all were the leads that were generated by the people who are already arrested, and how the NIA is cracking down this particular angle of the terror group also. Yes.
All right. Let's also bring in Piyush Ori right now. He's reporting on this as well. Now, Piyush, one of the concerns has been the fact, the impunity with which these gangs essentially are able to operate. And that was brought into sharp focus by the Sidhu Moosewala murder case, where the main accused was actually operating from a jail inside India, and their links as well as funding that happens from overseas. So is the NIA hoping that this crackdown will be able to stop all of that?
So you rightly mentioned, Nupur, and yes, this is a matter of concern. What started off as, small gangs actually started to get support from global terrorist organizations and especially ISI, and today they have got into a kind of crime which leads to not only drug peddling, extortion, but now also killing of prominent personalities, as what we saw of Sidhu Moosewala. So yes, now since NIA has got involved in all these raids, we can understand that how wide and how global this actual gang of crimes have actually become. As we see that, and the most important thing over here to note is that how these gangs were also able to operate from impunity. After all, Lawrence Bishnoi, who was lodged in jail, was trying to operate from jail and was in touch with all his people, all his associates, which were running all these scenes of crime. So now, when the NIA is conducting raids, they will definitely find the leads. They will definitely find all those associates who were involved with not only local gangs in the 4 states where right now the raids are conducted, but also it is expected that they will get leads of the ISI handlers of all those terrorist organizations that are operating from Canada and which are doing harm to the country, internal security of the country. Back to you in the studio.
All right, let's go across right now to Gursimran. Gursimran, what has been brought into sharp focus is also the kind of weapons that are being used by these gangsters. And particularly in Jammu and Kashmir, there are fears that a large number of these weapons are actually dropped through drones. And thereafter, they make their way to these gangs which use them.
See, Rukma, as we speak, this is really a serious concern because as the raids of the National Investigation Agency are underway, we are also witnessing that an attempt from the Pakistan to push in weapons into the Indian territory has been foiled in Amritsar, where a Pakistani drone carrying possibly arms and ammunition into the Indian territory has been shot down by the women personals of the BSF. So this shows the intensity that by which Pakistan and its agencies are working to push weapons for these gangsters in Punjab so as to destabilize the region. We have got some names of the gangsters on whose associates the action being carried out, and the names are Gaurav Patyal, Sukh Duneke, and others are these gangsters along with Lawrence Bishnoi, Kala Jathedi and others, where the raids are happening. This is after the arrest of Lawrence Bishnoi by the National Investigation Agency that some of the key links have emerged, and the NIA has rushed the teams from all over the North India and other parts of the country to Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, in parts of New Delhi, Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan, that the raids are being carried out. The raids have started at around 6 in the morning, and we are getting to know that the number of locations that are being raided, that will subsequently go up. We are waiting for the confirmation from the sources in the NIA. The number of the locations will certainly go up. This will not restrict to the 12 locations. This will go up as the subsequent raids will follow. And this nexus is not about, as Anuj was also mentioning, not about the gangsters working in Punjab, but the overall network. The way Pakistan is trying to use these gangsters in Punjab as a hybrid terror module to act on the assignment basis that was tasked by the ISI. They have carried out some of the killings as per the central agencies, and that's why these two FIRs, FIR number 38 and FIR number 39, were registered by the National Investigation Agency in New Delhi police station, taking the suo moto cognizance of the happenings in Punjab and other areas.
All right, absolutely. Gursimran, this is Nupur here. I'm going to go back across on the ground right now, I think, to Anuj. Anuj, we were speaking about the fact that one of the key concerns for the NIA has been the fact that there seems to be an international network. Now, just looking at the Sidhu Moosewala murder case, it was very apparent that, you know, there was funding that was coming in from Canada, and a large number of these gangsters are actually based over there now. So how is the NIA hoping to tackle that threat?
Well, if we talk about this particular action of the investigating agency, if we talk about the action which has been taken by NIA since from the morning, the raids which has been conducted, we need to understand the larger picture that the dots has been already connected. This is already being done. If we talk about the interrogation part, now the NIA has already connected the dots. The people who are already under the custody, whether being it in the judicial custody or whether being it under the interrogation of NIA, from there, now the NIA is focusing on to this particular angle. If we talk about these links with the terror group, as in Sidhu Moosewala case, the link has already emerged. Where on the other hand, this has been already informed by the interrogation agency to the MHA, that's Ministry of Home Affairs, that what exactly these terror outfits and these gangsters, if we talk about these, their connectivity, what exactly their links are. So the NIA at this point in time is looking deep into that angle also and cracking down the connection. The dots, the chain has been like already cracked down. The dots has been already connected. So they are connecting the dots and now going ahead to crack down these particular chains. When we are talking about this international circuit, this nexus and the connections with the terror outfit.
Right.
So this is the mega crackdown of the agency. What we have been told that this is more than 12 locations which is under the raid at this point in time by the investigating agency. Yes.
All right. Going back to Piyush now. Piyush, what we're given to understand is that at least 20 locations are being raided across Delhi, NCR, Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab. Give us more details that you're now coming by.
As rightly pointed out by Anuj, that yes, the NIA is connecting the dots, and as rightly pointed also by Gursimran, that this is not only restricted to some parts, but this is a widespread network which now needs to be busted. And thereby the NIA has also got involved, because what actually started off with just few gangs starting off with extortion, drug peddling, has now emerged into a very dangerous nexus where young people are being recruited for terrorist activities. So yes, this is a very big network. And as you rightly said, that as of now, what we have been told is that there have been around 4 states where these raids are conducted. But as pointed out by Gursimran, that these raids are only going to increase as the day passes by, and we are only going to be known by the evening that what is the action which is being taken by the NIA from these raids. Are there going to be more arrests that will be taking place? As again pointed out by Anuj, that yes, the dots have already been connected through interrogation by gangsters that have been arrested by these agencies in the judicial custody on other aspects. But now the most important part is that it is now going to be important to note that how these gangs are getting their financing. What kind of international players are involved who are giving these money? Are they involved only in Pakistan, or are they also involved in Canada and other areas? So this is a big revelation that has to now come forward by the NIA through these raids. Back to you in the studio.
Now stay with us. Let's also bring in Amandeep right now. Amandeep, good morning. Explain to us how what started as a narco network actually has now become a major law and order challenge for the northern states, and the linkages thereafter to the gangs which operate out of countries like Canada and Australia. For our viewers, break down how all of this started and now how it's become a major challenge.
Well, Nupur, basically this entire nexus was run by Lawrence Bishnoi gang here in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi, as well as in Canada and other countries also. Since NIA has taken the custody of Lawrence Bishnoi, he has made certain kind of disclosures. Following that lead, now the NIA has conducted the raids at the several locations in the different states, including Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi and Uttar Pradesh as well, just because their gangster network has been spread among these states. And now the NIA is trying trying to investigate and break the chain of the drugs as well as the finances. Just because these gangsters are receiving the directions as well as finances and the drugs consignment from the pro-Khalistani elements backed by ISI, and even they are trying to carry out certain kind of plans and execute their plans in Punjab as well. So that is the reason the NIA has pitched in on in the month of August. They have registered 2 FIRs against these gangsters, including Lawrence Bishnoi, Goldie Barad, and even Jaggu Bhagwanpuria, Neeraj Bhavana, and several other gangsters also. And now, following that investigation, this is the 3rd round of raids that was conducted by NIA, and even earlier, they were, NIA has also raided on the lawyers of these gangsters who are advocating their cases, and in fact their phones has also been taken into the custody, and that lawyer raised several issues, and in fact the specific questions that how that lawyer was getting the finances to advocate the cases of the gangsters, and in fact NIA is trying to probe from where they are getting the finances, who all are receiving the finances, and in fact how they are operating their gangs on the ground.
Absolutely. Gursimran, Amandeep, Anuj and Piyush, for the moment, all of you, thank you very much for joining us. We will, of course, keep coming back to all of you for updates on this. So the NIA conducting multi-state raids into the narco-terror network. Now, the YSR Telangana party president, YS Sharmila, was arrested on Monday during her Prasthanam Padayatra near the Lingagiri village under the Chenaropeta Mandal in Telangana's Warangal district, following complaints by the ruling Telangana Rashtriya Samiti leaders.
Mild tensions prevailed in Warangal district when a caravan used by YSR Telangana party founder and president YS Sharmila was attacked and was set on fire. She alleged that it was targeted and burned down by TRS workers. She further slams KCR government and calls it a shameless sarkar. YS Sharmila got arrested following the clash that broke out between YSR and KSR party workers. Notably, police stopped Sharmila's Padayatra and arrested her along with YSR leaders in Chenaropeta Mandal. Watch how a group of men chanting pro-TRS slogans torched a caravan. Sharmila's posters were also lit on fire. Till date, the Praja Prasthanam Padayatra has crossed 3,500 km mark, spreading across 75 assembly segments in the state. She has covered 1,863 villages under 208 mandals and 61 municipalities, along with 4 municipal corporations so far. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. During the hearing in the Supreme Court, the 2-judge bench agreed that forced conversions are a serious issue and has hinted that states will be implemented. Now, the next date of hearing is the 5th of November. Under fire from various quarters over his comments on the legendary Maratha warrior Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Maharashtra's Governor Bhagat Singh Khoshyari has offered to resign. The governor's recent comments over calling Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj drew the ire of many in the state, with the governor having stated that the Maratha ruler was an icon of India. Belgavi court has summoned Uddhav camp leader Sanjay Raut for his alleged hate speech on the Maharashtra-Karnataka border dispute. He's been asked to appear on the 1st of December. A video has emerged that shows former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah refusing to start Constitution Day event with Vande Mataram. Now, the video shows that the leader agreed to play Vande Mataram as an afterthought in order to avoid a controversy.
Well, NIA has done a massive crackdown against the gangsters network in the North India, and raids are being carried out in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh and Delhi to break this nexus of the gangsters backed by the terrorist organizations. In fact, Republic is leading on this story, but stay tuned for Republic TV. After a short break, we will continue the coverage from the different locations regarding this NIA crackdown in Punjab and North Zone. Stay tuned.
Powered by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Tata Capital, Palak Jhapkao, Loan Pao. VH Innovare.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
IXIGO.
दादा IXIGO नहीं इक्सिगो एक्सिगो नहीं इक्सिगो
नाम में क्या लगा है बिड़ू, सीधा बोल देने का। इक्सिगो ट्रैवल ऐप डाउनलोड करो, बिंदास टिकट बुक करो और निकल लो।
या तो पास्ट को पकड़ के बैठे रहो या फ्यूचर देखो।
गुड लक।
लक वो तो खुद बनानी पड़ती है।
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
To make my vision a reality, I have to see clearly from every point of view. With my Verilux progressive lenses, I seamlessly transition from near to far and see every detail in sharp focus. When you see no limits, there are no limits. Verilux lenses by Essilor.
And here's a quick recap of the top headlines at 8:30 this morning. It's a mega NIA crackdown across the country. Raids are conducted in Delhi, UP, Punjab, Haryana in connection with gangsters. It's a big insult to Kashmiri Pundits. The IFFI jury head calls the Kashmir Files propaganda. Carrying swords, hammers and stone, van carrying Aftab is targeted. Group says they wanted to kill him.
जिन्होंने डेविड हेडली को रास्ता दिखाया कि मुंबई में जाकर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी कहां-कहां जाकर मौत के घाट हिंदुस्तानी को गिरा सकते थे, ऐसे लोगों का हाथ पकड़ के राहुल गांधी यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं।
Smriti Irani slams Rahul Gandhi, says he's marching with those who want to break India. Amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Baswaraj Bommai is to meet JP Nadda today. The Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister's sister, Y. Sharmila, is arrested and brought to Hyderabad. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on the Morning Express. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, Vivek Agnihotri's directorial debut, The Kashmir Files, which narrates the heart-wrenching story of the forced exodus of Kashmiri Pundits, was labelled propaganda at the 53rd International Film Festival of India in Goa on Monday. Speaking during the closing ceremony of the event, Israeli filmmaker and jury head Nadav Lapid said that many were shocked by the movie and even termed it vulgar. All right, now, Anupam Kher, of course, has responded to the propaganda remark. We are given to understand that he has called it shameful, going on then to say that this is a huge insult to Kashmiri Pundits. So, Anupam Kher responding to the propaganda remark that was made at the International Film Festival of Goa. Speaking during the closing ceremony of the event, the Israeli filmmaker and jury head Nadav Lapid said that many were shocked by the movie and even termed it vulgar. Let's go across on the ground to Piyush Ohri. We'll go across to him in just a bit, but let's quickly listen in to what the jury head actually said.
And defaults and evoked vivid discussions. We were, all of us, disturbed and shocked by the 15th film, by the movie Kashmir Files, that felt to us like a propaganda vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section of such a prestigious film festival. I feel totally comfortable to share openly these feelings here with you on stage, since the spirit that we felt in the festival can truly accept also a critical discussion, which is essential for art and for life. Thanks a lot. Qualities and defaults and evoked vivid discussions. We were
All right, let's listen in to a reaction that we've got from Anupam Kher.
इसके बारे में उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे, और इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा बिकॉज मंदिर के बाहर इस तरह की बात करना कोई फिलहाल बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है।
सर फिर भी आपका ओपिनियन क्या रहेगा?
विल गिव ए प्रॉपर रिप्लाई टू इट। अगर हॉलोकास्ट सही है तो कश्मीरी पंडितों का एक्सोडस भी सही है। ये एक प्री प्लान मुझे लगता है, मैं जितना ज़्यादा जानता नहीं, ऐसा प्री प्लान लगता है कि प्लानिंग किया गया है, बिकॉज उसके बाद इमीडिएटली टूल किट गैंग जो है वो सक्रिय हो गया, और मुझे एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था आप लोग यहाँ होंगे, बिकॉज बट it's shameful for him to make a statement like this. और
स्टेटमेंट बहुत गलत दिया है, लेकिन फिर
but come from a community who have suffered Holocaust. Jews have suffered Holocaust, and he comes from that community, and for him to sort of make a statement like this, he has also pained those people who have जो इस त्रासदी के शिकार हुए आज से बहुत साल पहले। तो मैं यही कहूँगा कि ये हमारे गणपति जी, सिद्धि विनायक के भगवान उनको अकल दे और सद्बुद्धि दे, ताकि वो इस तरह लोगों के हजारों लाखों लोगों की जो ट्रेजेडी है उसको मंच पर से इस्तेमाल करके अपना एक ध्येय पूरा ना करें।
All right, so Sheel Pandit now joins us on the phone line. Mr. Pandit, good morning. How do you see this comment that's come in from the jury head at the India International Film Festival? Essentially, what he says is that he believes that the Kashmir Files is largely a propaganda film.
I think this kind of a mindset is ghastly, is beyond being civilized and sensitive, which is expected from a filmmaker, a film critic, and someone who is in such a responsible position as head of a jury. to deal with human tragedies of such colossal scale in such a cavalier manner and politically loaded. You know, he hasn't done any professional criticism of the film making. He has actually commented on the veracity of the tragedy itself that has been dealt in the film. I have the most charitable view I could take is that perhaps the brutality and the scale of tragedy in Kashmir is beyond any civilized mind's comprehension from the West. The way they are conditioned to see the limits of human brutalities, perhaps it exceeded even the limits of credibility in their minds, and they saw having it crossed those limits and couldn't believe what they saw in that film. Or two, it is, you know, in the typical rural settings, it's like one widow mocking the widowhood of another widow. Coming from a Jew, you know, it's pathetic to see people plummet to such low depths in setting their political agendas up in the public domain at the expense of human tragedies of such scale. I'm speechless, literally. I was groping for words and thoughts when I read that and I heard that statement. It beats logic, it beats common sense, it beats primary, basic, rudimentary human sensitivities to have thought like this and to have been said like this in an open forum.
Absolutely.
This man needs some medical help, probably.
All right, Mr. Pandit, appreciate your speaking to us. Thank you for joining us. Now, we're given to understand that the ambassador of Israel to India has tweeted. He says he's ashamed of what the filmmaker has said about the Kashmir Files. So we are also now beginning to get reactions to this comment that came in from Nadav Lapid. I think Mr. Ashok Pandit also on the phone line with us. Mr. Pandit, how do you see this comment that's come in from the Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid? Now, he was, of course, heading the jury at the 53rd International Film Festival of India.
At the outset,
I just wanted to ask you that do you see this largely as a political comment rather than, you know, criticism of the style of filmmaking? Do you think he should have refrained from making this?
You're absolutely right. You know, at the outset, I condemn and we are all very pained by this statement of his, as a Kashmiri Pundit and as a filmmaker. I also would like to question the management of the IFI, the Information and Broadcasting Minister, on what basis have they made him as the chairman of the jury? Why was not there a proper homework done while selecting the jury of such a prestigious film festival? Now, this man is not alone. This man is representing a thought process who is anti-India, a person who is supporting terrorism, because this statement of his against Kashmir Files is directly, indirectly supporting the terrorists, which this country is fighting day in and day out. What is Kashmir Files? Kashmir Files depicted the pain, the genocide, ethnic cleansing of the entire race of Kashmiri Pundits. And it is truth. I, as a Kashmiri Pundit, I know this is truth because I've suffered this. I've undergone this pain. We all have undergone this pain and we are still suffering. Killings of Kashmiri Pundits are still happening. It is not that it's over. This man comes out in the open, this man who's a foreigner comes on the land of India and tells me that I'm speaking lies. Kashmiri Pundits have never suffered a genocide and ethnic cleansing, which the films which Kashmiri Files had depicted. Who has given them the right to say that? What audacity he has to
absolutely
and to put salt on my wound. I appeal to my Information Broadcasting Minister to issue a statement, summon the ambassador of Israel to apologize, and this man should come out with apologization, because this man is not alone. He's supported, he's backed by anti-India forces.
All right, do stay with us, Mr. Ashok Pandit. Also on the phone line with us is Ashwini Bhatt. Ashwini Bhatt, how do you see this comment? Now, given the fact that it came from the head of the jury and given the fact that, you know, this film was looked upon by many as a catharsis of sorts for Kashmiri Pundit and the beginning of perhaps truth to come out, how do you see his comment?
Yeah, look, while... you know, we Kashmiri Pundits, we have been trying to kind of come to terms, post our exodus. These comments like these, they are like rubbing salt into our wounds, right? This is absolutely not, and I don't see this comment in isolation. There is, this seems to be a motivated comment. We need to get to the bottom of it as to how, what is the agenda and how did he arrive at this statement. And if you see, right from the release of the movie, you know, there have been repeated and conscious effort of, of demeaning that the movie or the content of the movie is not right. Because that's what we have suffered for the last, apart from ethnic cleansing and exodus. What is more shameful is the denial, right? You know, our perpetrators are roaming free. They have not been tried yet. So, you know, the courts have not taken the cases of calling our exodus as an ethnic cleansing, as a genocide. Now, through a movie, when there is an attempt to show the mirror or show the reality, since then there is even a conscious effort of demeaning the content and demeaning the ethnic cleansing and Kashmiri exodus.
Absolutely. Mr. Bhatt as well as Mr. Pandit, appreciate both of you speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much. I think we've also got Mr. Kavinder Bhatt on the phone line with us. Mr. Bhatt, we have Kavinder Gupta on the phone line. Kavinder Gupta ji, do you see this essentially as a political comment that should not have been made? The filmmaker did not essentially criticize the film in technical aspects, but questioned the very veracity of it by saying that I feel that this is a propaganda film.
देखिए, देश के खिलाफ पहले भी इस प्रकार के जो प्रोपेगेंडा चलते हैं और मुझे लगता है कि कश्मीर को लेकर के जिस प्रकार से एक प्रयास किया जा रहा है इसको गलत बताने का, हमने कश्मीर का ये सारा एपिसोड 30 साल के पहले करीब से देखा है और जो कश्मीर फाइल्स में बताया गया उससे ज्यादा वहां पर हुआ है। लेकिन आज भी कुछ ऐसे लोग बाहर से एजेंसीज इस प्रकार का प्रोपेगेंडा करके जानबूझ करके यहाँ का माहौल खराब करना चाहती है, जिसको कि बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जा सकता। इन पर कहीं ना कहीं चेक लगाने की जरूरत है। जो भी कोई होता है इस प्रकार की अपनी बात करने शुरू कर देता है, मुझे लगता है बिल्कुल गलत है और इस पर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ना ही लोगों को कहीं भारत के विषय में और जो अंदर सच में हुआ, सच को जिन्होंने दिखाया उसके खिलाफ बोलने का अधिकार है।
All right, Mr. Gupta, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much. So, calls essentially coming in for an apology to come in. Also, questions being raised about how a filmmaker could question the very veracity of this film. Anupam Kher, of course, has hit out. He was a part of the film. He's questioned this, saying that this is a huge insult to Kashmiri Pundits. We've also had a reaction that has come in from the Israeli ambassador to India, going on to say that I think this is shameful. He's essentially said that he's ashamed of what the filmmaker has said about Kashmir Files. I think we've still got Piyush Ori with us. All right, we're going to go across to Piyush in just a bit, but the ambassador of Israel to India has said that he's ashamed with what the filmmaker has said about the Kashmir Files. We're going to quickly play out the reaction of Anupam Kher also, but that's the tweet that's come in. An open letter to Nadav Lapid following the criticism of the Kashmir Files. It's not in Hebrew because I wanted our Indian brothers and sisters to be able to understand. It's also relatively long, so I'll give you the bottom line first. You should be ashamed, here's why. And he then goes on to actually explain his statement. So Nadav Lapid, of course, in for a lot of criticism over the comments that he's made about the Kashmir Files at the International Film Festival of India. It was being held at Goa, and at the closing ceremony, Nadav Lapid, who also happens to be the jury head, actually criticized Vivek Agnihotri's film on stage, calling it mere propaganda. Essentially, a lot of criticism coming in because the question that's being raised is that it's not the technical aspects of the film that he criticized. He, in fact, questioned the very veracity of the film. This film was looked upon largely by Kashmiri Pundits as truth finally coming out, and also perhaps the beginning of a catharsis, in the sense that at least acknowledgement of what happened was beginning. But this now has, of course, set the cat amongst the pigeons, and we are getting a large number of reactions to this, with people hitting out at the Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid. Also calls coming in for an apology, and leading the way, of course, has been the Israeli ambassador, who's written an open letter to Nadav Lapid following the criticism of Kashmir Files. He goes on to say that you should be ashamed of what you have said. And then he, of course, goes on to detail why he's said all this. You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we bring you more, including it's a mega NIA crackdown across the nation. Raids are conducted in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab in connection with gangsters. And amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Basvaraj Bommai is to meet JP Nadda today.
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ। पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने। मेरा दोस्त है, वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है। घोस्ट को कैसे पता मैं अंधेरे से डरता हूँ? घोस्ट मेरा दोस्त है। मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं। जैसे हैवेल्स लाइफ शील्ड वायर्स, जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं। ना आग पकड़े, ना जहरीली गैस छोड़े। वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर।
भैया जी हमला! भैया जी 10 गोलियां ले ले।
गोलियां नहीं रज्जा, गोली।
पर बाहर तो 10 लोग हैं।
10 हो या पूरी बस, अब तो बस 1 है तो डन है। इसको कोई वॉच कराओ। जब वॉचो मिले ढेर सारे OTT ऐप्स एक ही प्लान में, तो हर कोई बोलेगा वॉचो 1 है तो डन है।
वॉचो प्लान स्टार्टिंग एट जस्ट 42 रुपीज पर मंथ। आज ही सब्सक्राइब करें और पाएं सिलेक्ट प्लान्स पर 1 महीना कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री।
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना।
वो सपना जो बुना, तुझे लगा गुनगुना।
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम्प लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
जागो रे मतदाता जागो, देश के भाग्य विधाता जागो। दिल्ली ने दी है आवाज, दिखलाओ अपना अंदाज। मतदान करो, मतदान करो, इस लोकतंत्र का मिलजुल के सम्मान करो तुम।
लोकतंत्र का सम्मान करें हम, आओ मतदान करें हम। 4 दिसंबर 2022 रविवार, पोलिंग बूथ आना न भूलें। राज्य निर्वाचन आयोग दिल्ली द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Well, in fact, the Bollywood actor Anupam Kher has lashed out at the IFI jury head over his propaganda remark, and also coming out against Lapid is the Israeli envoy. Samiksha has more details on this. Let's cut across to her. She joins us from the Mumbai newsroom. Samiksha, good morning. Tell us more.
Well, absolutely. We're just going to read out quickly the tweet that has been put out by the Israel envoy to it, clearly calling out Nadiv Lapid for the kind of criticism he's made for against Kashmir Files. He says that it's not in Hebrew because I wanted our Indian brothers and sisters to be able to understand. It is only relatively long, so I'll just give you the bottom line first, that you should be ashamed. Here's why, and clearly listing out as to why Nadiv Lapid must be ashamed of the kind of remarks he's made, saying that I understand your need in retrospect to justify your behavior, but I can't understand why you told that afterwards that the minister and I said on stage that there is similarity between our countries because we fight a similar enemy and reside in bad neighborhood. He also goes on to say that in India culture, they say that a guest is like God. You have abused in the worst way the Indian invitation to chair the panel of judges at IFFI Goa, as well as the trust, respect and warm hospitality they have bestowed on you. So clearly the Israel envoy very, very upset and calling out Nadiv Lapid for the kind of remarks he made at the event.
Absolutely. Samiksha bringing us that tweet. Thank you very much for joining us. So a large amount of criticism that is coming out against Mr. Lapid over the comments that he made at the closing ceremony of their International Film Festival of India. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, it's a huge crackdown of the NIA across the nation. Raids are conducted in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh and Punjab. Andhra's Chief Minister, Sister Y. Sharmila, is arrested and brought to Hyderabad.
Powered by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Tata Capital, Palak Jhapkao, Loan Pao. VH Innovare.
Your favorite service provider, 10, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special. Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call 10 toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
Guys not satisfied. Management is not happy. You are my A team. We need to work the long weekend. Please cancel all your trips. We'll need to work.
Soch, think fast, come on. Switch to off है.
इससे अच्छा क्लियर ट्रिप कर लेते. Reschedule or cancel your domestic flight for free with CT Flex Max. Clear Trip का clear advantage. Download the app now.
Prepare your kids for the changing season. Prevent flu with annual vaccination. Consult your pediatrician for more information.
आइए नए उत्तर प्रदेश की क्षमता और असीमित अवसरों से सफलता की नई कहानी लिखें। यूपी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स समिट 10 से 12 फरवरी 2023। नए भारत के ग्रोथ इंजन उत्तर प्रदेश में निवेश करें।
And here's a quick look at what else is making news across the world. Children in school uniforms and toddlers with their parents lined up for polio vaccinations in the Sigli town square of the northern tip of Indonesia's island of Sumatra after 4 children were found infected with a highly contagious disease. Top ministers of the 7 Baltic and Nordic nations visited Kyiv to pledge electric generators, warm clothes and food. The delegation included the foreign ministers of Estonia, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Finland and Sweden. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has arrived in Bucharest ahead of the NATO foreign ministers meeting. The meeting is being hosted by Romania, as is expected to focus on the Russia-Ukraine war and how to protect civil infrastructure, among other issues. The Australian government has said that the Great Barrier Reef shouldn't be signalled out after the United Nations-backed mission recommended that the reef be added to the list of endangered World Heritage Sites. UNESCO has issued a warning saying that without ambitious, rapid and sustained climate action, the world's largest coral reef is in peril. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, it's a mega NIA crackdown that's been conducted across states in North India.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
भैया जी हमला! भैया जी 10 गोलियां ले ले।
गोलियां नहीं रज्जा, गोली।
पर बाहर तो 10 लोग हैं।
10 हो या पूरी बस, अब तो बस 1 है तो डन है। इसको कोई वॉच कराओ। जब वॉचो में मिले ढेर सारे OTT ऐप्स एक ही प्लान में, तो हर कोई बोलेगा वॉचो 1 है तो डन है।
वॉचो प्लान स्टार्टिंग एट जस्ट 42 rupees per month। आज ही सब्सक्राइब करें और पाएं सिलेक्ट प्लान्स पर 1 महीना कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री।
India's biggest fashion sale is back. Biggest deals on sneakers, yes. Should've splurged a little less. EORS.
Fashion's biggest deals, yes.
The Myntra Indo business sale is back.
इससे बड़ा सेल नहीं मिलेगा।
Wish list now.
झाके रे झाके झरोखे से झाके हैरत से आंखें अपनी सी दुनिया नई रंगी लागे ख्यालों की खिड़की से मन कूदे भागे झाके रे झाके झरोखे से झाके देख के दंग है छोटे बड़े सारे झाके रे झाके हर कोई ताके तरक्की को टुक टुक हर कोई ताके झाके रे झाके
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
This is low parade in Mumbai, where this is a scene that we've seen throughout this road. About 100 cars behind me, 200 people in all, and Republic TV is on the pickup truck that's leading the rally. So that's the situation here in Dadar. Very crowded because this is essentially the vegetable market, and people will have to pick up their daily supplies. Raj ji, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। राज जी,
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic. I'm Rukma with you as we track the top stories from across India and the world. Let's begin with the headlines. Mega NIA crackdown across nation, raids in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Rajasthan and Haryana as well in connection with gangsters. Big insult to Kashmiri Pundits. Iffy jury head calls the Kashmir Files propaganda. Carrying swords, hammers and stones. Van carrying Aftab targeted in Delhi. Group says they wanted to kill him.
जिन्होंने डेविड हेडली को रास्ता दिखाया कि मुंबई में जाकर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी कहां-कहां जाकर मौत के घाट हिंदुस्तानी को गिरा सकते थे, ऐसे लोगों का हाथ पकड़ के राहुल गांधी यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं.
And Smriti Irani slams Rahul Gandhi, says he is marching with those who want to break India. Amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Bommai to meet JP Nadda today. Andhra Chief Minister's sister, Y.S. Sharmila, arrested by and brought to Hyderabad. And in our top story, we are breaking news just a short while back. In fact, we had broken the story of how NIA raids are being conducted pan-India, across North India. In fact, now we're getting news about NIA raids at the home of Yamunanagar gangsters' henchmen. Gangsters' henchman's house has been raided with local police. NIA has raided Simranjeet Singh Baba's home. Simranjeet Singh Baba was involved in Kala Rana's gang. Simranjeet Singh Baba had also attacked the police. We're trying to get more details about this particular incident, but as we speak, it's a major crackdown by the National Investigation Agency on the gangster terror nexus. For some time now, news has been surfacing and Republic has been continuously reporting. In fact, Gursimran joining us now. Gursimran, and our correspondent Amandeep as well, reporting on how incidents of narco-terror are on the rise. Incidents of more and more, it was coming to the fore about a nexus between gangsters, particularly in outer Delhi, in Punjab, in Haryana and other states, in Punjab and Haryana in particular, how they are taking up contracts and being paid by pro-Khalistan forces in Canada, by Pakistani terror groups. And Amandeep and Piyush Ori joining me now for more updates on this. Amandeep, I was just telling our viewers about how you've been constantly reporting about incidents of narco-terror on the rise, about increasing incidents of gangsters in Punjab being paid by terror elements from across the border, both Canada and as well as Pakistan. Could you elaborate on what's happening right now, even as we also have with us Piyush Ori. Piyush, I'll be coming back to you, but later. First of all, Amandeep, which are the areas that are being raided? And also we believe that these raids are stemming from the interrogation of Lawrence Bishnoi, who is in the NIA headquarters in New Delhi.
Well, absolutely, Rukma. And in fact, the entire network of Lawrence Bishnoi gang is being raided by NIA with the help of the state police as well. Right now, we are outside the residence of Ravi Rajgad, who's one of the close associate of Lawrence Bishnoi. And in fact, the NIA has just raided his residence as well. This is basically in village Rajgad in Khanna district of Punjab. And in fact, raid is still continued inside his residence just because he's a close associate. Just because Rukma, the entire nexus was being run by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and now the NIA, following the interrogation line of the Lawrence Bishnoi after taking him into the custody, now raiding his associates as well as, and you can see the visuals, the team of the NIA is coming out, and in fact with the help of the local police, and they have also seized some documents as well. You can see the visuals, and even the local police is also here to entirely monitor the situation to provide the logistic support to the NIA as well. And Rukma, you can see this is basically a crackdown on the gangster terror nexus, and in fact now the NIA has taken over the investigation after registering the FIR. and आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से NIA की टीम जो है वो रवि के घर पे रेड करने के बाद बाहर निकली है, और कुछ ऐसे डॉक्यूमेंट्स और एविडेंसेस जो हैं वो भी इनके पास हैं, एंड और इसके बाद ये जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है इसको आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से ये गैंग जो है जो रेड चल रही है। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को कस्टडी में लेने के बाद इस तरह की जो रेड है वो की गई है पंजाब, हरियाणा, हिमाचल, राजस्थान और जो यूपी, दिल्ली के अलग अलग ठिकानों के ऊपर। और जो ये रेड है वो रेड गैंगस्टर टेरर नेटवर्क को लेकर के की गई है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि कुछ इंक्रीमेंट डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो हैं वो भी यहाँ से सीज किए गए हैं, और इसके बाद जो है ये एविडेंस को रिकॉर्ड किया जाएगा, क्योंकि जो NIA है उन्होंने एक FIR रजिस्टर की है, 2 FIR लॉरेंस बिश्नोई, गोल्डी बराड़, जग्गू भगवानपुरिया, नीरज भवाना, इनके खिलाफ, और उसके बाद जो है ये तीसरा राउंड है रेड का। ये तस्वीरें बिल्कुल एक्सक्लूसिव हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, क्योंकि अकेला रिपब्लिक चैनल है जो इस समय रेड की लोकेशन पर है, और NIA की टीम जो कि सुबह लगभग 5 बजे से यहाँ पे रेड पे थी, और इसके बाद रेड के बाद जो है अब वो यहाँ से निकल गए हैं। ये तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, ये NIA की टीम जो है यहाँ से निकल गई है, और एक रेड का लोकेशन जो है वो रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क ने आपको एक्सक्लूसिवली दिखाया। इसके बाद जो है कई अलग अलग जगहों पे भी जो है वो रेड चल रही है। हम परिवार के कुछ लोग हैं, उनसे बातचीत करना चाहेंगे। जी भाई साहब, ये NIA की रेड थी आज, क्या कुछ पूछताछ हुई?
नहीं सर, कुछ नहीं, बस अपना रूटीन चेकअप के लिए।
क्या उन्होंने कुछ पूछा कि किस तरह से कोई नेटवर्क या फंडिंग के?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं सर,
कुछ नहीं था ऐसा। कितने बजे से रेड चल रही थी ये?
सर कोई 5 साढ़े 5 बजे से।
5 साढ़े 5। तो कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी वो लेके गए अपने?
नहीं सर, ऐसा कुछ नहीं लेके गए।
अच्छा।
हाँ।
आपका नाम क्या है?
मैं हरतेज सिंह, सरपंच हूँ गाँव का सर।
ओके। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि जो रेड है वो जो है वो राजगढ़ गांव में की गई है। राजगढ़ गांव में रवि के घर के ऊपर ये रेड की गई है, और रेड NIA सुबह लगभग 5 साढ़े 5 बजे से कंटिन्यूसली NIA जो रेड कर रही थी, और उसके बाद अब रेड को यहाँ से कंक्लूड कर दिया गया है। पंजाब, हरियाणा, दिल्ली, राजस्थान, उत्तर प्रदेश और कई जगह पे ऐसी रेड की गई है, क्योंकि ये गैंगस्टर्स और टेरर का नेटवर्क है। आखिरकार कहां से पैसा आता है, कहां से डायरेक्शंस आती हैं, किस तरह से ये नेटवर्क रन करते हैं, और किस तरह से इनको डायरेक्शंस आती हैं क्या कुछ करने की। क्योंकि पहले ये सिर्फ गैंगस्टर्स थे, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का एक एक्सटॉर्शन का गैंग था, लेकिन आहिस्ता आहिस्ता ये जो गैंग है वो टेरर के साथ मर्ज हो गया, उनके लिंक में आया, और फिर इसको ISI के जो टेररिस्ट बैठे हुए हैं पाकिस्तान में, उनके द्वारा ऑपरेट करना शुरू कर दिया गया। और लगातार जो आतंकवादी गतिविधियां हैं उनको अंजाम दिया गया इनकी गैंग की तरफ से, चाहे वो सिद्धू मूसेवाला केस हो, चाहे वो RPG अटैक हो, इसी तरह के। लेकिन अब NIA की इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ाएगी और इस सारी चेन का खुलासा करेगी कि आखिरकार किस तरह से इनके पास पैसा आता है और किस तरह से ये सारा अपना गैंग चलाते हैं। जी
राइट अमनदीप, वेल that was extremely interesting, and even as we watched, we saw the NIA team leaving that raid location. Going across now to Gursimran. Gursimran, you've been reporting for some time about incidents of narco-terror on the rise, how Pakistan Pakistani drones are dropping various payloads that have revealed contents that are very suspicious and causing immense concern. Now, these names, Simranjit Singh Baba, Kala Rana Gang, Jaggu Bhagwanpur. Well, when we talk about the NIA raids, how are they connected? Also, an update on how many locations right now being raided across J&K.
See, the top sources in the National Investigation Agency have confirmed that around 24 locations are presently being raided in Punjab, Rajasthan, it's in Haryana, New Delhi, Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan. The raids are going on. See, there is a direct connection of these all interstate, these districts, be it Delhi, UP, Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab, because these gangsters, be it Lawrence Bishnoi gang, Jaggu Bhagwanpuria, or be it the other gang of Davinder gang, they all are connected in these regions. They are very pretty active. If you speak of Vikram Barar, he's from Rajasthan. He has been pretty active in the student politics there. Then he joined the gangster rank. He was wanted for a couple of murders. He sent threat letters to Salman Khan and other Bollywood stars, and then he fled to Dubai. He's operating from there. If you speak of Neeraj Chaska, he's operating was operating on the behest of the gangsters from Armenia, getting direction, executing that, was arrested from the Samba district of Jammu. So we are also keeping a strict tab on the developments that are taking place here also, because Samba is one of the places where Neeraj Chaska was given shelter for a long while. So we expect that NIA teams later or sooner will reach here in Jammu as well. So these are the dots that are to be connected, and also the Khalistani terrorists that are in Pakistan, be it Rinda, Landa or it Vadava Singh, Ranjit Nita, they all are getting giving active support to the ISI to carry out these acts. Yes.
Right. Well, and our viewers are coming to know about all these various gangs involved in terror activities, taking contracts from terror groups, even as the NIA cracks down. Many thanks, Gursimran. Many thanks, Amandeep and Piyush, as well as Anuj, for joining us there with those updates. And moving on now to the big insult that India saw being leveled against the Kashmir Files movie by the jury head at the International Film Festival of India that was underway and concluded in Goa. Now, Bollywood actor Anupam Kher has lashed out at the jury at the IFFI jury head rather, over his propaganda remark against the Kashmir Files. Let's listen to what was the statement that was made by the jury head at this year's IFFI.
Qualities and defaults, and evoked vivid discussions. We were, all of us, disturbed and shocked by the 15th film, by the movie Kashmir Files, that felt to us like a propaganda vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section of such a prestigious film festival. I feel totally comfortable to share openly these feelings here with you on stage, since the spirit that we felt in the festival can surely accept also a critical discussion, which is essential for art and for life. Thanks a lot.
And that was what the jury head at IFFI said. Let's listen in to Anupam Kher, a veteran actor who also starred in the film. Let's listen to his response to this comment.
कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे, और इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा, बिकॉज मंदिर के बाहर इस तरह की बात करना कोई फिलहाल बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है।
सर फिर भी आपका ओपिनियन क्या रहेगा?
विल गिव ए प्रॉपर रिप्लाई टू इट। अगर हॉलोकास्ट सही है तो कश्मीरी पंडितों का एक्सोडस भी सही है। ये एक प्री प्लान मुझे लगता है, मैं जितना ज़्यादा जानता नहीं, ऐसा प्री प्लान लगता है कि प्लानिंग किया गया है, बिकॉज उसके बाद इमीडिएटली टूल किट गैंग जो है वो सक्रिय हो गया और मुझे एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था आप लोग यहाँ होंगे बिकॉज बट it's shameful for him to make a statement like this. For a
statement बहुत गलत दिया है, लेकिन फिर
but from a community who have suffered Holocaust, Jews have suffered Holocaust, and he comes from that community, and for him to sort of make a statement like this, he has also pained those people who have जो इस त्रासदी के शिकार हुए आज से बहुत साल पहले. तो मैं यही कहूँगा कि ये हमारे गणपति जी सिद्धि विनायक के भगवान उनको अकल दे और सद्बुद्धि दे, ताकि वो इस तरह लोगों के हजारों लाखों लोगों की जो ट्रेजेडी है उसको मंच पर से इस्तेमाल करके अपना एक ध्येय पूरा ना करें.
And joining us now is our correspondent Gursimran once again. Gursimran, well, when we talk about the exodus of Kashmiri Pundits portrayed in the film The Kashmir Files, that was what had touched viewers' hearts when they went from across the country to watch them to watch them on the screen. Now we are hearing the jury head at IFI labeling insults like vulgar, labeling insults like propaganda. Was it propaganda? The exodus, could it be propaganda? The exodus of an entire community sent out by, the kind of genocide that was witnessed. Give us some context as to what caused that exodus that was portrayed so beautifully in the film.
See, the comments made by jury clearly states one thing, that there is an attempt to put the reality under the carpet, and the desperate attempts are being made by a group to give a clean sheet to a specific group of people and to put the reality under the carpet. See, what has happened in 90s in the Kashmir Valley is very clear, and even in the recent times we have seen that how the Kashmiri Pundits have become the target of the terrorists in the Kashmir Valley. This is all to establish the so-called jihad in the Kashmir Valley, and for the same, the Pakistani terrorists, those who are backed by the Pakistan with a jihadi ideology, they are trying to do the same. Now what the comments that has come from the jury clearly states that there are certain people behind this jury or who are part of this jury who are trying to portray that the Kashmir File is nothing but just a propaganda. But the film has truly put forth the pain of the Kashmiri Pundits, the reality the Kashmiri Pundits what has faced. For 30 years there was no one to portray the feelings, the pain, the emotions of the Kashmiri Pundits. And when this movie came on with the facts, with the truth, with the bitter truth for many, those who were at the power at the time, at the helm of the affairs at that time, but choose not to react, now a group of people, they have started defaming it. And also, as Anand here was saying,
Gursimran,
that a group
you
of
talked about
who have
the
started
bitter
a
truth.
After this
Gursimran,
incident.
you mentioned the bitter truth. And that's exactly what filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri says in his message. Truth, he says, is the most dangerous thing. It can make people lie. Hashtag creative consciousness. And as the debate rages on over the comment made by the IFI jury head, we have now filmmaker of the film, Vivek Agnihotri, speaking, saying truth is the most dangerous thing. It can make people lie at hashtag creative consciousness. The film in question here is the Kashmir Files, which evocatively, very evocatively described the exodus, the kind of terror that Kashmiri Pundits had to face for years, and which caused them to flee the valley, leaving everything behind. It speaks about the pain and the suffering that they underwent. Gursimran with us once again. Gursimran, you were telling us about, the kind of suffering, the kind of pain that has so beautifully been described, so beautifully been portrayed in the film. Now it's being labeled as vulgar. We heard it being labeled as by the IFI jury head, and raising serious questions about how such a person who belongs, as Anupam Kher has said, such a person who belongs to a community that has suffered the Holocaust and has portrayed it through various media for years and decades now, ever since it happened, how can it question the desire of the Kashmiri Pundits' voices to be heard in a film? How can he call it propaganda?
See, it's the jury that has made the mind is clearly somewhat misled, or is of the people who are trying to mislead the people. Because see, what the Kashmir file has done, it has woke up the conscience of the people, those who have heard about the exodus of the Kashmiri Pundits but wasn't aware of exactly what has happened. They too came to know about that how the Kashmiri Pundits suffered, how they were thrown out their houses, how they were brutally killed. They were the women from the Kashmiri Pandit community, they were mercilessly beaten, atrocities were committed upon them, and there was a genocide that was actually committed on the Kashmiri Pundits in the Kashmir Valley 3 decades back. And for 3 decades there was a complete silence. Kashmiri Pundits have been demanding their rights, but there was no one hearing to them. But then the movie woke the conscience of all of people. The people came out in large number in support of the Kashmiri Pandit community, and now there is a certain group of people who are trying to divert this, who are trying to put the facts under the carpet, and that's why they are trying to diminish this movie. They are trying to target the movie, terming it as vulgar and propaganda movie. So this seems to be a plot that has been hatched, a conspiracy to belittle the exodus that has happened in 90s of the Kashmiri Pandits, the genocide, and nothing else.
Right. Well, Gursimran, stay with us and we'll be coming back to you. Meanwhile, let's listen in to what Kavinder Gupta had to say to this entire debate.
मेकर नादिब लैपिड ने जिस प्रकार से एक बयान दिया है कश्मीर फाइल्स को लेकर के, जिन लोगों का कोई लेना देना नहीं रहता वो इस प्रकार से जब कुछ कहते हैं तो ये साफ जाहिर होता है कोई एजेंसियां वहाँ पर काम कर रही हैं। कश्मीर फाइल्स में जो कुछ दिखाया गया बिल्कुल सही था और मुझे लगता है कि उससे भी ज़्यादा हुआ था। तो आज कुछ इस्लामिक जो मूवमेंट के तहत इस प्रकार के माहौल ख़राब करने की जो कोशिश की जाती है ये उसी का हिस्सा हो सकती है। इजराइल के साथ हमारे अच्छे संबंध हैं और ख़ास करके ऐसे लोग किसी के इशारे पर ये काम करते हैं। जैसे किसान आंदोलन हुआ वो उसमें भी बाहरी ताकतें थी। जिस प्रकार से राम रहीम के विषय को लेकर के अभी ताज़ा खबर आई है कि ISI कुछ करना चाहती है, माहौल ख़राब करना चाहती है, ये उसी का हिस्सा है। इन पर चेक लगाना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
And Gursimran was telling us about how particular groups could be behind this, but telling our viewers about what stokes this entire controversy. It was the IFI jury head saying that the Kashmir Files, the 15th film that he said was screened for for criticism and to be judged by the jury. He labelled it vulgar and said that it was propaganda. Now reactions pouring in from all quarters. It's comments that have been comments by the IFI jury head have been termed as shameful. We just heard Anupam Kher. Just now we heard Kavinder Gupta. People in the know who know about the kind of genocide that happened. And reactions also coming in. Vivek Agnihotri, maker of the film, has also tweeted about how the truth causes people to lie. Even as IFI jury head has termed what was portrayed in the Kashmir Files, a film that moved the hearts of Indians all across not just India but across the world, he has labelled it vulgar and termed it propaganda. Now response and reactions coming in as filmmakers and members of the film fraternity hit back. Members of the Kashmiri Pundit community react to the comments made by the IFI jury head. So the Kashmir Files director now hits back at the comment made by the IFI jury head. Anupam Kher earlier had questioned how somebody who belongs to a community that had suffered the Holocaust and used various media in order to portray the pain and the suffering that they went through in the Second World War. How could somebody from such a community speak about the Kashmir Files in this manner? And moving on to other news, almost a week since the violence at the border of Assam and Meghalaya claimed the lives of 6 people. After the blame game and the standoff, attempts are now being made to restore normalcy. Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma held a meeting on Monday and made some key decisions. Here are the details. Take a look.
Days after 6 people were killed in the violence at Assam-Meghalaya border, Meghalaya government has decided to set up posts at sensitive areas along the border. The decision came after an all-party meet chaired by Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. Meghalaya cabinet will hold a meeting today to finalize the various border outposts. The Chief Minister observed a 2-minute silence and said that Mukro firing is a personal loss to Meghalaya. As both the states take stock of the situation, Meghalaya Chief Minister has assured that all necessary steps will be taken to make border residents safe. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And we are tracking the mega NIA crackdown since this morning when the news broke. Republic broke this news, other channels followed later. NIA crackdown across the country, raids in Delhi, UP, Punjab, Rajasthan as well as Haryana on the outskirts of the national capital. Raids in connection with the Gangster terrorist network.
Powered by Century Ply, आग से बचाए. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. In association with Voltas Beko.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं. अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए.
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ. पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने. मेरा दोस्त है, वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है. घोस्ट को कैसे पता मैं अंधेरे से डरता हूँ? घोस्ट मेरा दोस्त है. मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं. जैसे हैवल्स लाइफ शील्ड वायर्स जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं. ना आग पकड़े न जहरीली गैस छोड़े. वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना.
वो सपना जो बुना तुझे लगा गुनगुना.
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा. फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा.
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम्प लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा. अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा.
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Innovations that are intuitive. Inspired by our today, we design your tomorrow. Some said electric is the future. We said, why stop there? Everyone looks at the world today. But at Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
Thanks for tuning in this Tuesday morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Let's get started with the top headlines this morning. Mega NIA crackdown across the nation in the national capital UP Punjab in connection with gangsters.
कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे.
Big insult to Kashmiri Pundits. IFFI jury head calls the Kashmir Files a propaganda. Carrying swords, hammers and stones, van carrying Aftab targeted. Group says they wanted to kill him.
जिन्होंने डेविड हेडली को रास्ता दिखाया कि मुंबई में जाकर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी कहां-कहां जाकर मौत के घाट हिंदुस्तानी को गिरा सकते थे, ऐसे लोगों का हाथ पकड़ के राहुल गांधी यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं.
Smriti Irani slams Rahul Gandhi, says he is marching with those who want to break India. Amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Bomai to meet JP Nadda today. Andhra Chief Minister's sister wife Sharmila arrested and brought to Hyderabad. And tracking the big story this hour, now Bollywood actor Anupam Kher has lashed out at the jury head of the Indian Film Festival over his propaganda remark against the Kashmiri Files. In fact, Kashmir Files filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri has taken to Twitter. He said, and I quote, "Trust is the most dangerous thing. It can make people lie." So that's the reaction coming in from filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri. This, of course, after those remarks that were made by the Indian Film Festival jury head, calling the movie a propaganda, saying that he's disturbed and shocked by the Kashmir Files and that the film felt like a propaganda, and even calling it a vulgar movie, a remark that has drawn widespread criticism from across the board. We'll try and get a few reactions as well, but these remarks are shocking to say the least, that have, of course, drawn widespread condemnation. The remarks that said that the Kashmir Files movie was a mere propaganda. In fact, he even went on to say that it seemed inappropriate for an artistic competitive section to be for a movie such as this. This, of course, in the backdrop of the widespread, of course, reactions, of course, coming in. Vivek Agnihotri was also taken to Twitter, saying that truth is the most dangerous thing. It can make people lie. So the remarks there that reek nothing than vested interests. We'll try and get reactions from Kashmiri Pundits as well, because this has sparked massive outrage across the board, not just the Kashmiri Pundits, but from across the board, because the remarks that reek of nothing but than vested interests. In fact, the Israeli Envoy has also responded and has responded to these remarks that were made by the jury head, calling him out and saying that he's abused the panel of judges, saying that he's abused the hospitality that was bestowed upon him by India, and even going on to say that even as he's not a film expert, but you do not know that it is insensitive and presumptuous to speak about historic events before deeply studying them, which are an open wound in India, because many of those involved are still around and still paying a price. We have a reaction coming in from Anupam Kher as well. Let's listen in.
कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे, और इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा, बिकॉज मंदिर के बाहर इस तरह की बात करना कोई फिलहाल बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है.
सर, फिर भी आपका ओपिनियन क्या रहेगा?
विल गिव ए प्रॉपर रिप्लाई टू इट. अगर हॉलोकॉस्ट सही है तो कश्मीरी पंडितों का एक्सोडस भी सही है. ये एक प्री प्लान मुझे लगता है, मैं जितना ज़्यादा जानता नहीं, ऐसा प्री प्लान लगता है कि प्लानिंग किया गया है, बिकॉज उसके बाद इमीडिएटली टूल किट गैंग जो है वो सक्रिय हो गया और मुझे एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था आप लोग यहाँ होंगे, बिकॉज मैं बट इट्स शेमफुल फॉर हिम टू मेक ए स्टेटमेंट लाइक दिस और
स्टेटमेंट बहुत गलत दिया है, लेकिन फिर
बट फ्रॉम ए कम्युनिटी हु हैव सफर्ड हॉलोकॉस्ट, Jews have suffered Holocaust, and he comes from that community, and for him to sort of make a statement like this, he has also pained those people who have जो इस त्रासदी के शिकार हुए आज से बहुत साल पहले। तो मैं यही कहूँगा कि ये हमारे गणपति जी, सिद्धि विनायक के भगवान उनको अकल दे और सद्बुद्धि दे, ताकि वो इस तरह लोगों के हजारों लाखों लोगों की जो ट्रेजेडी है उसको मंच पर से इस्तेमाल करके।
So Anupam Kher, they're calling the remarks shameful, and several such Kashmiri Pundits responding to these remarks that were made by the Indian Film Festival head, who said that the film is mere propaganda, even went on to say, call the film vulgar, and this in the backdrop of the horror of the genocide in 1989, which claimed several lives, people who were targeted, the Kashmiri Pandit women who were abducted, raped and even shot dead. We have Gursimran joining us live from Jammu. Gursimran, if you can take us through some of the reactions coming in from the Kashmiri Pandits, and also talk to us, about the horror of 1989, in which how the women were really abducted, they were raped, and how several of those Kashmiri Pandits were at the receiving end.
See, brutal of all atrocities were committed on the Kashmiri Pandit communities in 1989, 90s in the Kashmir Valley, and for 30 years there was no one to depict the pain of these Kashmiri Pandits. But when last year, when we saw the Kashmir Files, when it was in making and then when it was released, there was a set of people, there was a set of a group of people who always were in a bid to defame them. Earlier when the film was released, they were all up anti against them. They were saying that this film is a mere propaganda that is being done for the political benefits and this and that. And now once again that particular set of people, they have once again tried to defame this movie by terming it that this is vulgar, this is propaganda movie. But the reality remains that these people who are trying to defame this movie is those people who are trying to put the facts under the carpet. They are those people who have actively been into hiding the realities from the global community since 1989 when the exodus happened. Because see, this magnitude of the exodus genocide has not been reported anywhere else in the country, but this exodus was always suppressed to give a particular community a benefit of doubt, saying that this was not the case. But the reality remains that the Kashmiri Pundits were thrown out out of their homes on the name of jihad. They were told that they either have to accept a religion or to move out of their houses. So this was the plot, the Nizam-e-Mustafa calls that were given in the loudspeakers in 1989 and 1990. That is something that is unforgettable for the Kashmiri Pundits, and when they have depicted it in a movie, it woke up the conscience of many people, many of those who have heard about the exodus of the Kashmiri Pundits but never saw what they witnessed. They got to know about the chilling realities, the brutalities, atrocities that was committed on the Kashmiri Pandit community. And now once again that set of people who were always trying to put the facts under the carpets, they have become active and they are saying that this movie is a vulgar movie trying to spread propaganda and this and that.
And the fact that several of these Kashmiri Pundits are still paying the price of it. The rehabilitation is not yet complete for hundreds and thousands of them. Stay with us. Let's once again listen in to those shocking remarks that were made by the Indian Film Festival jury head.
And evoked vivid discussions. We were, all of us, disturbed and shocked by the 15th film, by the movie Kashmir Files, that felt to us like a propaganda vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section of such a prestigious film festival. I feel totally comfortable to share openly these feelings here with you on stage, since the spirit that we felt in the festival can surely accept also a critical discussion, which is essential for art and for life. Thanks a lot.
So there you heard, those were the remarks in which he said that he's disturbed and shocked by the film Kashmir Files movie, and that the film felt like propaganda and a vulgar movie. These were the remarks that were made, and yet no apology, widespread condemnation from across the board, not just the Kashmiri Pundits, and the very fact that the Kashmiri Pundits continue to pay the price of what really happened in 1989. Even now, remember, women were abducted, they were raped, several hundreds of them who were at the receiving end. 95% of the Kashmiri Pundits, to be precise, were forced to migrate. There's still no complete rehabilitation for several hundreds of them, even decades later. But also let's listen into a reaction coming in from Kavinder Gupta on these remarks that were made by the Indian Film Festival jury head.
नादिर लैपिड ने जिस प्रकार से एक बयान दिया है कश्मीर फाइल्स को लेकर के, जिन लोगों का कोई लेना देना नहीं रहता वो इस प्रकार से जब कुछ कहते हैं तो ये साफ जाहिर होता है कोई एजेंसियां वहाँ पर काम कर रही हैं। कश्मीर फाइल्स में जो कुछ दिखाया गया बिल्कुल सही था और मुझे लगता है कि उससे भी ज़्यादा हुआ था। तो आज कुछ इस्लामिक जो मूवमेंट के तहत इस प्रकार के माहौल ख़राब करने की जो कोशिश की जाती है, ये उसी का हिस्सा हो सकती है। इजराइल के साथ हमारे अच्छे संबंध हैं और ख़ास करके ऐसे लोग किसी के इशारे पर ये काम करते हैं। जैसे किसान आंदोलन हुआ, वो उसमें भी बाहरी ताकतें थी। जिस प्रकार से राम रहीम के विषय को लेकर के अभी ताज़ा खबर आई है कि ISI कुछ करना चाहती है, माहौल ख़राब करना चाहती है, ये उसी का हिस्सा है। इन पर चेक लगाना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
And as you heard, the Indian Film Festival jury head there calling the movie a propaganda. The Kashmiri Pundits who were targeted, there were killings that happened in the genocide in 1989. In fact, it's India's most horrific exodus, which Nadiv Lapid calls a mere propaganda and a vulgar movie. We'll slip into a very short break, but lots coming up on the other side of this very short break. Mega NIA crackdown across the country, raids in Delhi, UP, Punjab in connection with the gangsters. And amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Mumbai to meet JP Nadda today.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Your favorite service provider, 10, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो।
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call 10 toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
जागो रे मतदाता जागो, देश के भाग्य विधाता जागो, दिल्ली ने दी है आवाज, दिखलाओ अपना अंदाज। मतदान करो, मतदान करो, इस लोकतंत्र का मिलजुल के सम्मान करो तुम।
लोकतंत्र का सम्मान करें हम, आओ मतदान करें हम। 4 दिसंबर 2022 रविवार, पोलिंग बूथ आना न भूलें। राज्य निर्वाचन आयोग दिल्ली द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
दादा आप फ्लाइट कहाँ बुक करते हो? इक्सिगो। ट्रेन? इक्सिगो। बस? इक्सिगो। साइकिल? इक्सिगो। ज्यादा बोल लिए? ज्यादा बोल लिया। और कौन सा ऐप डाउनलोड करना चाहिए? इक्सिगो। और निकल लो।
Pooja, you left the job and still so cool?
Bro, new challenges bring new opportunities.
Oh, really?
Seriously, Rahul, my entire house, now it's an online retail store. Look.
Wow. But money?
Few years back, I'd invested my Diwali bonus.
And now you have LIC's ULIP plan Nivesh Plus. Invest once, get the benefit of both life insurance and maximized returns based on market trends.
One sec, Rahul.
Madam, you are double cool.
development coming in the Shraddha murder probe, killer Aftab has been brought to the FSL office amid high security after yesterday's attack on his police van. We'll go across to Madhurima there, who's at the FSL there, getting us all those updates. But the news break coming in this hour that it is yet another day of him being brought to the FSL office. Remember, this comes after he was... there were people who tried to attack him yesterday at the FSL office. So Madhurima getting us those updates. And this, of course, after there were attackers who wanted to kill Aftab yesterday. They were seen carrying swords, hammers, and even stones, and tried to attack the van that was carrying Aftab. So that's the update coming in this hour. Aftab has been taken to the FSL office with tight security. So there is a heavy security that's been deployed after what really happened yesterday, in which there were attackers who were seen wielding swords, hammers, and even stones. They were seen attacking the van that was carrying Aftab. So that Aftab's van that was targeted by these attackers who were seen wielding swords, hammers, and stones. In fact, one of the group also said that they wanted to kill Aftab. We have Madhurima joining us live from the FSL. Madhurima, if you could give us the latest updates you're picking up. Yet another day he's been brought to the FSL, this time amid high security after what we saw yesterday.
Of the entire polygraph questioning, and after being grilled for around 9 hours yesterday, Aftab is yet again being brought to the FSL office. We'll take you straight to the visuals, as the picture ski here today is very different. As you can see, that heavy security has been deployed outside the FSL office. There are CRPF men, there are police officials, Delhi police officials, armed police officials today guarding the FSL office over here. And today the visuals, the exclusive visuals that we brought for viewers, that Aftab van was also escorted by an extra car, an extra SUV filled with policemen, armed policemen. All this happened because yesterday night a lot of drama unfolded over here, as multiple men belonging to this fringe group, these fringe elements, as they claimed that they are here to avenge Shraddha's death, and they wanted to chop Aftab off. They were carrying multiple swords. 3 of them were seized from these miscreants, where multiple swords were found inside the car through which they came here in front of the FSL. A lot of drama unfolded. The moment Aftab's van came out of the FSL office, a car rushedly came and stopped in the middle of the road with 5 to 6 men popping out of it, trying to ambush the police vehicle. They wanted to stop it, and for a moment there they did as well. The police officials inside the police van came out and even took a position of fire. But looking at the circumstances, they moved further. However, there were a lot of police deployment yesterday as well. The ACP of the vicinity had also reached this particular place and detained those 2. They were later on arrested, produced in front of the court earlier today, and now have been sent to the judicial custody. They said that they wanted to avenge Shraddha's death, but taking law in hand is not the right course. We'll take you straight back to the visuals once again to show you what is the atmosphere like in front of the FSL. These armed men have been deployed here, and the entire Rohini area of the FSL has been enveloped in barricades as well, so as to make sure that if any unruly element tries to meddle in with the official work, they will not be allowed to do so. Samiksha, it is the day 5th of the grilling. We'll have to wait and watch as to what really comes out of it. The police have found the murder weapon. That's the first hard evidence that is admissible in court against Aftab. Until now, it was all circumstantial evidence. And after these grilling sessions, more information coming out, and the basis for narco is being made.
Yes, Madhurima, just continuing with the same point that you mentioned about the evidence that the police has been able to gather, that will be, of course, be admissible in the court. Talk to us a little more about that, as well as the Gujarat angle that has emerged with the drug peddler that was also nabbed from the state.
Well, the police officials have seized this murder weapon. The initial theory that the police official had propelled was there were multiple weapons. One of them have been seized. The location and the nature of the weapon is unknown. It's uncertain, and that has to be ascertained by the police official. That will only happen when the police gather the entire information, and later on they'll brief the media. As far as the drug angle is connected, the police are probing that as well, so as to make sure to gather the nature of the accused over here, Aftab, and to know the entire modus operandi and psyche as well. The police officials until now were searching hard for submissible evidence, and now that they have got one, this has strengthened their case. And with these detailed polygraph tests taking place, it seems to be fruitful for the police officials. And today is the final day. The kind of permission that has been taken for Tihar jail was for yesterday and today, and highly likely on the 5th, that is the next Monday, 5th December, it's highly likely that the narco test will take place. The police officials have already done all the formalities needed for the polygraph test and narco test, and they'll be straight going to the Ambedkar Hospital over here in Rohini, where in the emergency OT this procedure will be conducted.
All right, Madhurima, thank you for those updates. So Madhurima reporting live from outside the FSL, where Aftab has been taken for 5th day straight, this day after his van that was attacked by those attackers who said that they wanted to take his life. We're slipping into a very short break, but we'll get you live coverage pan-India as NIA raids are underway to crack down on the gangsters active in North India. And big insults to Kashmiri Pundits. The Indian Film Festival jury head calls the Kashmir Files a propaganda.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
भैया जी हमला! भैया जी 10 गोलियां ले ले।
गोलियां नहीं रज्जा, गोली।
पर बाहर तो 10 लोग हैं।
10 हो या पूरी बस, अब तो बस 1 है तो डन है। इसको कोई वॉच कराओ। जब वॉचो मिले ढेर सारे OTT ऐप्स एक ही प्लान में, तो हर कोई बोलेगा वॉचो 1 है तो डन है।
वॉचो प्लान स्टार्टिंग एट जस्ट 42 रुपीज पर मंथ। आज ही सब्सक्राइब करें और पाएं सिलेक्ट प्लान्स पर 1 महीना कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री।
Prepare your kids for the changing season. Prevent flu with annual vaccination. Consult your pediatrician for more information.
Guys not satisfied. Management is not happy. You are my A team. We need to work the long weekend. Please cancel all your trips. We'll need to work.
Soch, think fast. Come on.
Switch to off है।
इससे अच्छा क्लियर ट्रिप कर लेते। Reschedule or cancel your domestic flight for free with CT Flex Max. Clear trip का clear advantage. Download the app now.
झाके रे झाके झरोखे से झाके हैरत से आंखें अपनी सी दुनिया नई रंगी लागे ख्यालों की खिड़की से मन कूदे भागे झाके रे झाके झरोखे से झाके देख के दम है छोटे बड़े सारे झाके रे झाके हर कोई ताके तरक्की को टुक टुक हर कोई ताके झाके रे झाके
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
News in brief, Portuguese fans and supporters celebrated a 2-0 win over Uruguay Monday. The result means that Portugal qualify for the final 16, the next stage of the tournament. Brazil overcame the absence of Neymar to beat Switzerland 1-0 and advanced to the round of 16 of the World Cup on Monday. A protester carrying a rainbow flag ran out to the pitch during Portugal's 2-0 win over Uruguay in the World Cup match on Monday. World Cup fans arriving in droves to the desert outside Doha were ready for their perfect Instagram moment, riding a camel onto the rolling dunes. Meanwhile, the US held a final training session on Monday ahead of the following day's must-win game against Israel in World Cup Group B. Japanese players shared their determination on Monday for their final group game against Spain at the World Cup in Qatar. Mega NIA crackdown across the nation, raids in Delhi, UP, Punjab in connection with gangsters.
Powered by Century Ply, आग से बचाए. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. In association with Voltas Beko.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं. अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए.
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ. पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने. मेरा दोस्त है, वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है. घोस्ट को कैसे पता मैं अंधेरे से डरता हूँ? घोस्ट मेरा दोस्त है. मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं. जैसे हैवल्स लाइफ शील्ड वायर्स जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं. ना आग पकड़े न जहरीली गैस छोड़े. वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर.
To make my vision a reality, I have to see clearly from every point of view. With my Verilux progressive lenses, I seamlessly transition from near to far and see every detail in sharp focus. When you see no limits, there are no limits. Verilux lenses by Essilor.
Prepare your kids for the changing season. Prevent flu with annual vaccination. Consult your pediatrician for more information.
India's biggest fashion sale is back. Rock that print, pinch that dress, show you my fashion flex. EORS.
Fashion's biggest sale, yes.
The Myntra Indo Region sale is back.
इससे बड़ा सेल नहीं मिलेगा. Wish list now.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना.
वो सपना जो बुना, तुझे लगा गुनगुना.
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा. फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला.
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा. अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
Mega controversy over the IFFI jury head's remark. The Israeli filmmaker calls it propaganda.
कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे.
Insult to Kashmiri Pundits, the filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri actor Anupam Kher lashed out on the IFFI jury head. Mega NIA crackdown across the nation, raids in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab in connection with gangsters. Amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Baswaraj Bommai is to meet JP Nadda today.
जिन्होंने डेविड हेडली को रास्ता दिखाया कि मुंबई में जाकर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी कहां-कहां जाकर मौत के घाट हिंदुस्तानी को गिरा सकते थे, ऐसे लोगों का हाथ पकड़ के राहुल गांधी यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं.
Smriti Irani slams Rahul Gandhi, says he's marching with those who want to break India. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri and this is Live and Breaking. Now, Vivek Agnihotri's film, The Kashmir Files, which narrates the story of the forced exodus of Kashmiri Pundits, was labelled propaganda at the 53rd International Film Festival of India in Goa on Monday. Now, speaking during the closing ceremony of the event, Israeli filmmaker, jury head Nadav Lapid said that there are many who were shocked by the movie and even termed it vulgar. Now, his comments, of course, have drawn a large amount of criticism that's come in for this, including that from the film's actor Anupam Kher. Let's listen.
कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे, और इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा बिकॉज मंदिर के बाहर इस तरह की बात करना कोई फिलहाल बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है.
सर, फिर भी आपका ओपिनियन क्या रहेगा?
विल गिव ए प्रॉपर रिप्लाई टू इट. अगर हॉलोकास्ट सही है तो कश्मीरी पंडितों का एक्सोडस भी सही है. ये एक प्री प्लान मुझे लगता है, मैं जितना ज़्यादा जानता नहीं, ऐसा प्री प्लान लगता है कि प्लानिंग किया गया है, बिकॉज उसके बाद इमीडिएटली टूल किट गैंग जो है वो सक्रिय हो गया. और मुझे एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था आप लोग यहाँ होंगे, बिकॉज बट इट्स शेमफुल फॉर हिम टू मेक ए स्टेटमेंट लाइक दिस. और
स्टेटमेंट बहुत गलत दिया है, लेकिन
बट फ्रॉम ए कम्युनिटी हु हैव सफर्ड हॉलोकॉस्ट, Jews have suffered Holocaust, and he comes from that community, and for him to sort of make a statement like this, he has also pained those people who have जो इस त्रासदी के शिकार हुए आज से बहुत साल पहले. तो मैं यही कहूँगा कि ये हमारे गणपति जी, सिद्धि विनायक के भगवान उनको अकल दे और सद्बुद्धि दे, ताकि वो इस तरह लोगों के हजारों लाखों लोगों की जो ट्रेजेडी है उसको मंच पर से इस्तेमाल करके अपना एक ध्येय पूरा ना करें.
All right, so the comment, of course, has drawn a lot of ire from people back home. We've seen Kashmiri Pundits come out and lash out against the filmmaker, saying that he's questioning the very narrative of what happened. Well, joining us on the broadcast right now is Mr. Kobi Shoshani. He's the Israeli envoy to India. Mr. Shoshani, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us on Republic TV. How do you see these comments that have been made by the Israeli filmmaker at the film festival against the Kashmir Files?
So, good morning. And I was there in Goa last night. Ambassador and I, with a lot of people, and saw fantastic films. Father was there. And I told you frankly, I saw Kashmir Files, and in my point of view, it's a completely not propaganda. To use such a word, even in Hebrew, make my body shivering. And I don't think it's a right word. We can have a completely different opinion, which is okay. I saw the film. Tears come out of my eyes when I saw the film. It was not an easy film to watch, and I have a good relations with Anupam Kher. He became a friend of mine. Of course, Vivek and Paravi Joshi, all the cast of Kashmir Files, we are a close friend. And for me, it was a very sad day to hear Nadav Lapid saying something in that press conference.
Right. Do you think that the filmmaker perhaps should have desisted from using the word propaganda at least? Because if he was commenting on the style of filmmaking, that was a different thing. But he, in a sense, did seem to be questioning the very narrative of what happened in Jammu and Kashmir and essentially the exodus of Kashmiri Pundits.
First of all, as far as I understand, and I think that it was the opinion of the committee, not his personal. It's a personal view of Mr. Lapid, and I think I don't agree with that completely. We, as an Israeli, we are very close allies with India. We love India. Me personally, I'm a big fan of Bollywood. I think that to use such word, to speak about such issue, which is a little bit understood, let's call it like that, in such a happy and fantastic evening was a big, big mistake, and it's not representing the state of Israel, none whatsoever, nothing.
Right, absolutely. So you say that the country obviously does not endorse his opinion. It perhaps was a political opinion that he decided to speak out about at the film festival. Now, there are, of course, calls that he rethink and perhaps, you know, calls also being made from here that he apologized for what he said. Do you support those calls?
I spoke to him right after his speech. I said, "What did you do? Why you have to do it?" And I don't want to reply his answer, but I think that he came just to get headlines. That's my opinion. I think it was a big mistake, and I think it's not appropriate. And I think that Ambassador wrote in his Twitter. I wrote in my Twitter about it, and it's so clear. And I would like that you will also see what I wrote in the Twitter. I think it was a very sad day for me and a very not happy day for me to hear Nadav in his speech. And it's nothing to do with Israel, definitely. And I think that we have to put the Holocaust out of any conversation. I think it's extremely important.
Now, Mr. Shoshani, people back home here are extremely upset also because, you know, of what happened to the Jews, and the Kashmiri Pundits essentially draw a reference to that when they say that similar things happened to us when we were forced to leave the valley. So in that sense, do you think perhaps, you know, a little more sensitivity from people who visit from overseas may be the order or the call of the hour?
As you know, India and Israel, they are completely full democracies. Sometimes we have an open variety of opinions all over, but there is one opinion which is the most important. This is the official opinion. I think that we make it, Ambassador and I, in such a clear way that I don't think that it's going to be open to discussion. As I mentioned before, I'm very close to Pallavi and Vivek, and of course Anupam Kher, my friend. And I wanted even to bring them to Israel, and I hope that to bring them to Israel. And this film was even shown in Israel, and it's something that it's very clear what is our opinion. I think that it was not the right thing to do, definitely, and I think this is our reaction for that. I hope to meet Anupam Kher today. I will call him, ask him to meet. I think that just to apologize about this.
Right.
Words that I don't accept.
Mr. Shoshani, one final question to you. You did say that you spoke to the filmmaker after he made that comment. Did he explain himself, or did he essentially say why he feels this way?
I didn't enter to him because I was also a little bit uncomfortable to speak to him because I think he made a big mistake. I was not nice to him, I have to say. And I assumed that he was not, he was not nice to me, and I was not nice to him. And it was not a nice conversation, I have to say. But that's his own opinion. He said that it's part of the committee, and that's what he thought. And I told him that it was a big mistake, and I don't think that he needs to enter into internal Indian political issues. But I would like to emphasize, India and Israel, they are democracies. Everybody has the right to speak, especially he's independent, but he's not representing the state of Israel, none whatsoever.
Right, Mr. Kobi Shoshani, appreciate your speaking to us here on Republic TV. Mr. Shoshani, the Israeli envoy to India, of course, saying that the country does not endorse any of these points of view that were made by the filmmaker. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you and shalom.
All right, even as we have, of course, seen a large number of comments that have come in from the Israelis essentially denouncing the comment that was made. We are now also seeing a tweet that's come in from Amit Malviya. He says that Israel's ambassador has responded to compatriot filmmaker Nadav Lapid's criticism of the Kashmiri Files. For the longest time, people have denied the Holocaust and called Schindler's List a propaganda, just like some are now doing to Kashmir Files. Truth eventually triumphs no matter what. So essentially, a lot of criticism as well as a lot of anger coming out over this comment that was made at the International Film Festival of India's closing ceremony by the head of the jury, Nadav Lapid. He did come out and call the Kashmir Files propaganda. But we are seeing reactions come out. Amit Malviya of the BJP over there saying that this is not acceptable. We've also spoken, of course, to the Israeli envoy to India, Mr. Shoshani, who continued to maintain that he was also rather shocked at this comment that really came out at Goa at the International Film Festival. And what we are also learning, of course, is that a large number of Kashmiri Pundit organizations are also questioning this call. Also, we had the Israeli envoy, Mr. Shoshani, who also said that not only does Israel not endorse these comments, but also essentially saying that the filmmaker needs to apologize. But the filmmaker, of course, has continued to justify this, saying that this is a personal comment that he made. Now,
फिल्म मेकर नादिब लैपिड ने जिस प्रकार से एक बयान दिया है कश्मीर फाइल्स को लेकर के, जिन लोगों का कोई लेना देना नहीं रहता वो इस प्रकार से जब कुछ कहते हैं तो ये साफ जाहिर होता है कोई एजेंसियां वहाँ पर काम कर रही हैं। कश्मीर फाइल्स में जो कुछ दिखाया गया बिल्कुल सही था और मुझे लगता है कि उससे भी ज़्यादा हुआ था। तो आज कुछ इस्लामिक जो मूवमेंट के तहत इस प्रकार के माहौल ख़राब करने की जो कोशिश की जाती है, ये उसी का हिस्सा हो सकती है। इजराइल के साथ हमारे अच्छे संबंध हैं और ख़ास करके ऐसे लोग किसी के इशारे पर ये काम करते हैं। जैसे किसान आंदोलन हुआ, वो उसमें भी बाहरी ताकतें थी। जिस प्रकार से राम रहीम के विषय को लेकर के अभी ताज़ा खबर आई है कि आईएसआई कुछ करना चाहती है, माहौल ख़राब करना चाहती है, ये उसी का हिस्सा है। इन पर चेक लगाना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
Well, political parties, of course, coming out and hitting out against Mr. Lapid over there, saying that this kind of comment is unacceptable. He was enjoying India's hospitality when he was participating as head of jury at the International Film Festival of India in Goa. I think we've got Gursimran also joining us live right now. We'll also go across to Piyush, who's in New Delhi. Gursimran, Mr. Kavinder Gupta over there, of course, seeming to suggest that this is an abuse of India's hospitality as far as the filmmaker's remarks are concerned. But what are the kind of reactions that you are getting from Jammu and Kashmir, from the pundits over there?
The Kashmiri Pundits are anguished. I am joined by the father of Martyr Rahul Bhatt, who was brutally killed by the terrorists in central Kashmir's Budgam when he was in his revenue office. Bitaji Bhatt is with me. Bhatt साहब, आपने 1990 का कश्मीर का देखा है कि किस तरह कश्मीरी पंडितों को मारा गया, उनके साथ गलत किया गया, बाहर निकाला गया। अब एक फिल्म अवार्ड्स में एक जूरी कहती है कि वो सब जो है गलत दिखाया गया है, वो प्रोपेगेंडा था। क्या कहेंगे
सर? फिर 90 की जो माइग्रेशन थी वो सारा प्रोपेगेंडा था, जिसमें गरों को मारा गया। नीलकंठ गुंजू था उसमें सबसे पहले, टिकलाल टिपलू था, भट्ट साहब थे अनंतनाग में, उसको मारा गया। सीआईडी अफसर थे, इंस्पेक्टर थे, तो उनको मारा गया। क्या वो सब गलत था? अगर वो गलत है तो फिर तो फिल्म ठीक गलत होगी। अगर जो ओरिजिनल किलिंग्स हो गए वो गलत है तो सब फिर ठीक होगा।
क्या लगता है आपको, वो लोग क्या कुछ लोगों को शील्ड करना चाहते हैं तभी ऐसी बातें करते हैं?
ये शील्ड की बात है ना, जो उसको हकीकत को आप कैसे टाल सकते हो? जैसे हमारे लड़का राहुल भट्ट को 10 आदमी के अंदर ऑफिस में मारा गया, अगर वो गलत है तो फिर ये फिल्म भी गलत है। फिल्म में ऐसा कुछ नहीं दिखाया गया जिससे किसी का हर्ट जो है वो जख्मी हो जाए, मतलब वो दिल परेशान हो जाए कि भाई गलत है। जो हुआ है वही तो दिखाया है। हाँ, इसमें अब फिल्म के नाते से कुछ बड़ा चढ़ाकर बोल सकते हैं, वो तो हम, लेकिन जो ओरिजिनल बेसिक चीज जो है तो वो तो है।
तो आपको क्या लगता है कुछ लोगों को क्यों परेशानी हो रही है जो बार बार ये कह रहे हैं कि गलत दिखाया गया, ये किया गया? क्या वो लोग उन लोगों की मदद करना चाहते हैं जिन्होंने ये सब किया था, उन्हें क्लीन चिट देकर?
यही तो वो चाहते हैं, यही तो वो चाहते हैं कि वो असली वो जो हकीकत है उसको दबाकर एक नकली प्रोपेगेंडा बनाकर उनको बचाया जाए। ये
आपका क्या संदेश रहेगा उन लोगों के लिए?
मैं बोलता हूँ हकीकत पे मबनी जो भी फिल्म हो और भी बनानी चाहिए जो हकीकत सामने आ जाए। अगर एक बंदे को दफ्तर के अंदर मारा जाता है, राहुल भट्ट को दफ्तर के अंदर मारा जाता है, बीइंग ए हिंदू, टारगेटिंग के लिए की गई, तो वो गलत नहीं है। अगर उनको वो गलत नहीं दिखाई देता तो फिर सारा सही है। फिर जो उनका है वो जो आज तक 90 का दौर हुआ, 90 में संग्रामपुरा में, 97 में संग्रामपुरा में एपिसोड हो गया, 7 आदमी मारे गए, उनको घरों से निकाल गया, रात के 12 बजे निकाल गया। क्या वो गलत था? अगर वो सब गलत है तो फिर फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड देने वालों को ये तो उस पर राय खुली देनी चाहिए।
See, this is the family of the martyr who are saying that there needs to be much more such movies that needs to portray the pain of the Kashmiri Pundits. The way Rahul Bhatt was killed inside his office in the broad daylight. These are the things that needs to be put forth, and those who are trying to portray this movie as a vulgar, as a propaganda movie, they are those people who are just trying to put the things under the carpet.
Absolutely. Of course, we are also beginning to get reactions from not just politicians, but from a large number of Kashmiri Pundit organizations, which essentially are saying that they feel betrayed by this comment. And also, you know, this essentially is being seen as a questioning of history as well. Now, Gursimran, have you been able to speak to some Kashmiri Pundit organizations? What largely is the opinion that they have on this comment?
See, the Kashmiri Pandit community is anguished over the remarks that have been made by, a minute back we were speaking to Betaji Bhatt, who is the father of martyr Rahul Bhatt, and he too was anguished that what was wrong in this when the film has portrayed what has happened with the Kashmiri Pandits. That is the reality, that the reality every Kashmiri Pandit has seen and has been a witness to, but now some people are trying to close their eyes off the reality, trying to put the things under the carpet, but that won't work. He said that many more films like this needs to be made so that the people get to know about what has happened to the Kashmiri Pundits, what was the plan of those who were trying to establish jihad in Kashmir Valley, Nizam-e-Mustafa in the Kashmir Valley.
Absolutely. So, Gursimran, of course, bringing us those details of the reactions that we are getting from the Kashmiri Pandit community. But also, let's listen in to other reactions that we have been getting. We are now going to play out some of those.
नादिब लैपिड ने जिस प्रकार से एक बयान दिया है कश्मीर फाइल्स को लेकर के, जिन लोगों का कोई लेना देना नहीं रहता वो इस प्रकार से जब कुछ कहते हैं तो ये साफ जाहिर होता है कोई एजेंसियां वहाँ पर काम कर रही हैं। कश्मीर फाइल्स में जो कुछ दिखाया गया बिल्कुल सही था और मुझे लगता है कि उससे भी ज़्यादा हुआ था। तो आज कुछ इस्लामिक जो मूवमेंट के तहत इस प्रकार के माहौल ख़राब करने की जो कोशिश की जाती है ये उसी का हिस्सा हो सकती है। इजराइल के साथ हमारे अच्छे संबंध हैं और ख़ास करके ऐसे लोग किसी के इशारे पर ये काम करते हैं। जैसे किसान आंदोलन हुआ वो उसमें भी बाहरी ताकतें थी। जिस प्रकार से राम रहीम के विषय को लेकर के अभी ताज़ा खबर आई है कि ISI कुछ करना चाहती है, माहौल ख़राब करना चाहती है, ये उसी का हिस्सा है। इन पर चेक लगाना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
All right, so a lot of criticism coming in for that comment that was made by Mr. Lapid at the film festival in Goa last night. This was a part of the closing remarks. Now, the International Film Festival of India, of course, has distanced itself from these remarks, saying that these are Mr. Lapid's personal comments. And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. A police van carrying Aftab Poonawalla was attacked by a group that identifies itself as the Hindu Sena, with the group wielding weapons outside the Forensic Science Laboratory in Rohini, where he was taken for a polygraph test. Yet another drone originating from Pakistan has been shot down by the BSF in the area of Amritsar in Punjab, with forces having identified not one but two drones this time around. At least 50 rounds were fired at the drones, as one was shot down and another went back to Pakistan. The NIA has targeted the Gangster network in North India as raids were conducted by the agency in parts of Uttar Pradesh, Delhi and Punjab, with multiple teams deployed across locations to raids. As tensions subsist in Meghalaya-Assam border dispute following the Mukrao incident, Meghalaya's Chief Minister Conrad Sangma has announced to set up posts across sensitive areas along the border with Assam. Reacting to the film The Kashmir Files, received by an Israeli filmmaker at the IFFI Film Festival, Anupam Kher took to Twitter, posting images of the Kashmiri Pundit exodus, further stating that the truth will always be small in comparison to lies. The actor later referred to the filmmaker's Israeli origins, referring to the Holocaust his community had witnessed in the past. President Draupadi Murmu is expected to participate in celebrations for the Indian Navy Day, as rehearsals for the day are underway ahead of the event that's scheduled for the 4th of December. Indonesia's Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal and Security Affairs, Dr. Muhammad Mahfud, will be meeting the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval in Delhi today. The Indonesian minister will be accompanied by a high-level delegation of the ulema in Indonesia. The Nyingma school, the oldest of the 4 Tibetan Buddhist schools, has identified the reincarnation of a Rinpoche Taklung Setrung in the Spiti Valley in Himachal Pradesh. The young lama's spiritual initiation is expected to begin today following a traditional ceremony as per Tibetan Buddhist traditions. The chief executive officer of Twitter has said that Apple had threatened to withdraw Twitter from its App Store but had not informed the reason for the same. The World Health Organization has announced its decision to rename the disease monkeypox as Mpox, citing the present name of the disease may be construed as discriminatory and racist. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, mega NIA crackdown across the country, raids in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab in connection with gangsters. And amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Baswaraj Boma is to meet JP Nadda today.
In association with Mutual Funds Sahi Hai.
भैया जी हमला। भैया जी 10 गोलियां ले ले।
गोलियां नहीं रज्जा, गोली।
पर बाहर तो 10 लोग हैं।
10 हो या पूरी बस, अब तो बस 1 है तो डन है। इसको कोई वॉचो वॉच कराओ। जब वॉचो मिले ढेर सारे OTT ऐप्स एक ही प्लान में, तो हर कोई बोलेगा वॉचो 1 है तो डन है।
वॉचो प्लान स्टार्टिंग एट जस्ट 42 रुपीज पर मंथ। आज ही सब्सक्राइब करें और पाएं सिलेक्ट प्लान्स पर 1 महीना कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री।
Guys not satisfied. Management is not happy. You are my A team. We need to work the long weekend. Please cancel all your trips. We'll need to...
Soch, think fast, come on. Switch to off है.
इससे अच्छा क्लियर ट्रिप कर लेते. Reschedule or cancel your domestic flight for free with CT Flex Max. Clear Trip का clear advantage. Download the app now.
आइए नए उत्तर प्रदेश की क्षमता और असीमित अवसरों से सफलता की नई कहानी लिखें. यूपी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स समिट 10 से 12 फरवरी 2023. नए भारत के ग्रोथ इंजन उत्तर प्रदेश में निवेश करें.
Prepare your kids for the changing season. Prevent flu with annual vaccination. Consult your pediatrician for more information.
Mega controversy over the IFFI jury had remarked the Israeli filmmaker calls it propaganda. An insult to
कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में उनको उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे.
Big insult to Kashmiri Pundits. The filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri and actor Anupam Kher lash out at the IFFI jury head. It's a mega NIA crackdown across the nation. Raids are conducted in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh and Punjab in connection with gangsters. Amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Baswaraj Boma is to meet JP Nadda today.
जिन्होंने डेविड हेडली को रास्ता दिखाया कि मुंबई में जाकर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी कहां-कहां जाकर मौत के घाट हिंदुस्तानी को गिरा सकते थे, ऐसे लोगों का हाथ पकड़ के राहुल गांधी यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं.
Smriti Irani slams Rahul Gandhi, says he's marching with those who want to break India. Well, following the criticism that came in for Vivek Agnihotri's The Kashmir Files by the Israeli filmmaker and jury head Nadav Lapid, who has called the film propaganda and even termed it vulgar, we now have a comment that's coming in from Sanjay Raut, who's attacked the film itself. We are given to understand that he has essentially reacted to what Mr. Lapid has said, saying that essentially he has backed this comment.
तो ये जो बात है कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में, ये सच है. अगर कोई व्यू ने कहा होगा, मैं तो अभी इतना ही देखता हूँ कि जिस तरह से प्रोपेगेंडा हुआ था एक पार्टी का और एक पार्टी के खिलाफ, उसके लिए फिल्म बनाई थी. और एक पूरी पार्टी, पूरी सरकार, जहाँ जहाँ बीजेपी की सरकार है, वो उस प्रचार में लगा. लेकिन ये सिनेमा आने के बाद कश्मीर में सबसे ज़्यादा किलिंग्स हुई है पंडितों की. आपने देखा होगा, पंडितों को मारा गया, सुरक्षा कर्मियों को मारा गया. तब ये कश्मीर फाइल वाले कहाँ थे? ये आक्रोश तो कश्मीरी पंडितों के अनाथ बच्चे भी कर रहे थे, अब कहाँ गए कश्मीरी फाइल वाले, अब हमारी वेदना दिखाइए। तब ना कोई सामने आया, ना कश्मीर फाइल 2 का कोई नियोजन किया। अब बनाइए कश्मीर फाइल 2 पे।
All right, so that's what Mr. Sanjay Raut has said, essentially saying that he also sees the movie as a propaganda that's been done by one political party. Do remember that Vivek Agnihotri's The Kashmir File, which narrates the story of the forced exodus of Kashmiri Pundits, was labelled a propaganda at the 53rd International Film Festival of India in Goa Monday night. Speaking during the closing ceremony of the event, the Israeli filmmaker and jury head Nadav Lapid had said that he was shocked by the movie and even going on to term it as vulgar. Now, thereafter, of course, the jury board of the International Film Festival quickly distanced itself from that remark, saying that this was Mr. Lapid's personal opinion. But now we are getting more reactions from various political parties, and here's what Sanjay Raut has said.
कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में, ये सच है। अगर कोई व्यू ने कहा होगा, मैं तो अभी इतना ही देखता हूँ कि जिस तरह से प्रोपेगेंडा हुआ था एक पार्टी का और एक पार्टी के खिलाफ, उसके लिए फिल्म बनाई थी। और एक पूरी पार्टी, पूरी सरकार, जहाँ जहाँ बीजेपी की सरकार है, वो उस प्रचार में लगा। लेकिन ये सिनेमा आने के बाद कश्मीर में सबसे ज़्यादा किलिंग्स हुई है पंडितों की। आपने देखा होगा, पंडितों को मारा गया, सुरक्षा कर्मियों को मारा गया। तब ये कश्मीर फाइल वाले कहाँ थे? ये आक्रोश तो कश्मीरी पंडितों के अनाथ बच्चे भी कर रहे थे, अब कहाँ गए कश्मीरी फाइल वाले, अब हमारी वेदना दिखाइए। तब ना कोई सामने आया, ना कश्मीर फाइल 2 का कोई नियोजन किया। अब बनाइए कश्मीर फाइल 2 पे।
All right, now reactions, of course, are beginning to come in to the comment that was made by the filmmaker at the India International Film Festival. We are also now getting a tweet from Swara Bhaskar. She has said that apparently it's pretty clear to the world. So that's a comment, cryptic sort of a comment that's coming in from Swara Bhaskar on the film. Do remember that Israel, of course, and its envoy and ambassador has distanced itself from this, saying that they feel that an apology needs to be sent out from the filmmaker, and also going on to say that they believe that hospitality of India has been abused by the filmmaker. Now, of course, we are getting various reactions to it. We earlier had Sanjay Raut, who says that he believes that this was propaganda by a particular political party. Also now, Swara Bhaskar, apparently it's pretty clear to the world, that's what she said. Appears to be a cryptic sort of a tweet that has come in now. Do remember that even as we are continuing to get more reactions to this comment that was made by Mr. Lapid at the 53rd International Film Festival of India, there are calls also being made that he apologized for his comment, while the board itself seems to have distanced itself, calling this his personal remarks. The Kashmir Files, of course, is written and directed by Vivek Agnihotri and is based on the exodus of Kashmiri Pundits from the valley at the height of militancy in the 1990s. We have seen a lot of the film essentially dividing division of opinion in that sense of the word. We now have, of course, a criticism that came in from Mr. Lapid. Now, many have questioned that. Also, Kashmiri Pundit organizations have come out and slammed that comment from Mr. Lapid, essentially saying that this is an attempt to distort what is historically known. So his comment being seen as a political one rather than something that is for criticism of the film. We're going to also play out for our viewers the comment that was actually made by Mr. Lapid.
Qualities and defaults, and evoked vivid discussions. We were, all of us, disturbed and shocked by the 15th film, by the movie Kashmir Files, that felt to us like a propaganda, vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section of such a prestigious film festival. I feel totally comfortable to share openly these feelings here with you on stage, since the spirit that we felt in the festival can surely accept also a critical discussion, which is essential for art and for life. Thanks a lot.
उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे, और इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा बिकॉज मंदिर के बाहर इस तरह की बात करना कोई फिलहाल बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है।
सर फिर भी आपका ओपिनियन क्या रहेगा?
विल गिव इट ए प्रॉपर रिप्लाई टू इट। अगर हॉलोकास्ट सही है तो कश्मीरी पंडितों का एक्सोडस भी सही है। ये एक प्री प्लान मुझे लगता है, मैं जितना ज़्यादा जानता नहीं, ऐसा प्री प्लान लगता है कि प्लानिंग किया गया है, बिकॉज उसके बाद इमीडिएटली टूल किट गैंग जो है वो सक्रिय हो गया, और मुझे एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था आप लोग यहाँ होंगे, बिकॉज मैं बट इट्स शेमफुल फॉर हिम टू मेक ए स्टेटमेंट लाइक दिस और
स्टेटमेंट बहुत गलत दिया है, लेकिन फिर
बट फ्रॉम a community who have suffered Holocaust, Jews have suffered Holocaust, and he comes from that community, and for him to sort of make a statement like this, he has also pained those people who have जो इस त्रासदी के शिकार हुए आज से बहुत साल पहले। तो मैं यही कहूँगा कि ये हमारे गणपति जी, सिद्धि विनायक के भगवान उनको अकल दे और सद्बुद्धि दे, ताकि वो इस तरह लोगों के हजारों लाखों लोगों की जो ट्रेजेडी है उसको मंच पर से इस्तेमाल करके अपना एक ध्येय पूरा ना करें।
नादिब लैपिड ने जिस प्रकार से एक बयान दिया है कश्मीर फाइल्स को लेकर के, जिन लोगों का कोई लेना देना नहीं रहता वो इस प्रकार से जब कुछ कहते हैं तो ये साफ जाहिर होता है कोई एजेंसियां वहाँ पर काम कर रही हैं। कश्मीर फाइल्स में जो कुछ दिखाया गया बिल्कुल सही था, और मुझे लगता है कि उससे भी ज़्यादा हुआ था। तो आज कुछ इस्लामिक जो मूवमेंट के तहत इस प्रकार के माहौल ख़राब करने की जो कोशिश की जाती है, ये उसी का हिस्सा हो सकती है। इजराइल के साथ हमारे अच्छे संबंध हैं, और ख़ास करके ऐसे लोग किसी के इशारे पर ये काम करते हैं। जैसे किसान आंदोलन हुआ, वो उसमें भी बाहरी ताकतें थी। जिस प्रकार से राम रहीम के विषय को लेकर के अभी ताज़ा खबर आई है कि ISI कुछ करना चाहती है, माहौल ख़राब करना चाहती है, ये उसी का हिस्सा है। इन पर चेक लगाना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
All right, so a lot of statements coming out, some of them, of course, extremely critical of what Mr. Lapid has said. Now, what we are seeing, of course, is also the board of the jury essentially trying to distance itself from this comment. To remember that these comments were made at the closing ceremony of the International Film Festival of India in Goa last night. And they have created quite a controversy over what Mr. Lapid has said. Now, we have, of course, seen the Israeli ambassador to India come out and condemn these statements. We also spoke to the Israeli envoy. He said that they don't support this comment that has come in, and they believe that this essentially is a shameful remark that came in from Mr. Lapid. Now, the board of the jury yesterday came out and said that they don't support his remarks, and they see them as his personal remarks that have come out. Now, also, actors in the film, Anupam Kher, of course, says that if the film is untrue, and then essentially also questioning the Holocaust, saying that people who've suffered the Holocaust, the Jews across the world, should at least identify with the sufferings of the Kashmiri Pundits. The Kashmiri Pundit organizations, of course, also have come out and hit out against what has been spoken. They have reacted very sharply to the comments that came in from Mr. Lapid. Now, just to tell our viewers what he said, he, of course, has criticized the film, calling it a propaganda movie, inappropriate for an artistic competition section for a prestigious film festival. You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, more news, including a mega NIA crackdown across the nation. Raids are conducted in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh and Punjab. Amid the ongoing border row in Maharashtra, Baswaraj Bommai is to meet JP Nadda today.
your favorite service provider, 10, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो.
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call DEN toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now. मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना.
वो सपना जो बुना तुझे लगा गुनगुना.
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा.
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा. अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा.
जागो रे मतदाता जागो, देश के भाग्य विधाता जागो, दिल्ली ने दी है आवाज, दिखलाओ अपना अंदाज. मतदान करो, मतदान करो, इस लोकतंत्र का मिलजुल के सम्मान करो तुम.
लोकतंत्र का सम्मान करें हम, आओ मतदान करें हम. 4 दिसंबर 2022 रविवार, पोलिंग बूथ आना न भूलें. राज्य निर्वाचन आयोग दिल्ली द्वारा जनहित में जारी.
या तो पास्ट को पकड़ के बैठे रहो या फ्यूचर देखो.
गुड लक.
लक वो तो खुद बनानी पड़ती है.
NIA crackdown has been reported from various parts in North India. The states that are under the NIA scanner include New Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, where these raids have been conducted. Now, we're given to understand that some of these raids have been conducted on specific gangsters who may be involved in the narco-terror nexus as well. The NIA raid started early this morning, and it is being seen as a major crackdown on the gangster terror networks. These multiple raids began early in the morning and were conducted in Delhi, Haryana, as well as other states. Piyush Shori has been tracking the story and he's bringing us more details on this. Piyush, give us more details in terms of where these raids were conducted, and also tell us more about the NIA's investigation into the gangster terror network that they are trying essentially to dismantle now.
So yes, with a clear objective of busting the narco-terror reign which was being managed by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and his associates, the NIA today, beginning at around 5 o'clock, conducted raids at more than 20 locations spanning in more than 5 states that included Jammu, Kashmir, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Punjab, New Delhi, Haryana. So there were a lot of raids that were conducted, and they were the objective of NIA was to bust the narco-terror links that was being managed by the Lawrence Bishnoi and his associates. Now, these raids were conducted primarily in areas of Punjab and Haryana, where there was a strong drug cartel network, strong gangs, which were first involved in extortion, but were used by ISI and several other organizations that have its bases in Canada and even in other countries to fund anti-terror activities. Now, the main objective of NIA, as what we have been told, is to understand the finances of these gangs, which got involved with the terrorist organizations. Besides this, it was also found out that what kind of personalities were these people targeting? Why were these people being targeted? why exactly and these gangs were growing so largely, and what was the nexus, what was the connection between the terror gangs and the gangs. So this was the major objective that was being conducted, and as I said, that because it is not being restricted to one state but in several states, so yes, there was a widespread raids that were conducted in several areas, and these raids are still being conducted. As I said, the main objective is to find out the financing of these gangs and terrorist organizations and bust this network. Now we are going to be, it will be interesting to see that what kind of revelations and what kind of information would NIA bring out after these raids get over. Back to you in the studio.
All right, stay with us. Let's also bring in Amandeep right now. Amandeep, you know, the nexus between these gangs, terror organizations, as well as the narcotics trade essentially was highlighted with the murder of Sidhu Moosewala, which brought into sharp focus how these gangs are actually operating across various parts of the country with impunity. Is the NIA hopeful that this crackdown is going to be a severe blow to that nexus?
Well, absolutely, Nupur. The point is that it has been proved with an evidence that these gangsters are getting the directions from the terrorists to carry out certain kind of activities in Punjab and the other states as well. But now the NIA's prime focus is to track the money trail, how they are getting the finances. So basically they were being financed by the terror groups, but how the transaction has been happened, either they are sending the money to the families, or they are directly sending the money to the gangsters, or they are sending some other source to money to finance these terror activities. So basically in today's raid, NIA has recovered and collected all the bank accounts and the bank details of the family members of these gangsters who are actually under the radar of NIA regarding that narco-terror link. And even they have also trying to verify from the banks regarding the financial transactions, just because NIA is getting the impression that these gangsters are definitely providing the financial assistance to their family. But how? From which bank accounts? So that is the reason. The passbooks has been recovered from the family members. The bank account details has also been collected from the family members. The CCTV cameras and DVRs installed in the houses and residence of these gangsters has also been recovered. So basically the prime focus of the NIA is to track the money trail to these gangsters sponsored by the terrorists. Yes.
All right, Amandeep as well as Piyush Shori reporting on this from New Delhi. Both of you, thank you very much for the moment, for joining us. So as we are talking, of course, there have been multiple raids that have been conducted by the NIA in various states. This is Republic TV. And still to come on Live and Breaking, it's a mega controversy over the Iffy jury head's remark. The Israeli filmmaker calls the film Kashmiri Files propaganda.
India's biggest fashion sale is back. Rock that print, pinch that dress, show you my fashion flex. EORS.
Fashion's biggest sale yet.
The Myntra Indo Reason sale is back.
इससे बड़ा सेल नहीं मिलेगा. Wish list now.
यार अजय, look at your dad. हम इस उम्र में ऐसे रहेंगे क्या?
बिल्कुल रहेंगे, अगर पापा जैसी सही प्लानिंग की तो।
जैसे कि?
मेरे पापा ने इन्वेस्ट किया LIC के जीवन अक्षय में, जो दे रहा है इमीडिएट और गारंटेड एन्युटी एट रेगुलर इंटरवल्स, जिंदगी भर के लिए।
वाह, पर हमें तो इस एज तक वेट करना पड़ेगा ना?
बिल्कुल नहीं, हमने तो अभी इन्वेस्ट किया है LIC के न्यू जीवन शांति में, जो हमें देगा डिफर्ड एन्युटी, मतलब कुछ साल बाद से रेगुलर इनकम।
I see.
LIC
के एन्युटी प्लान्स दे एन्युटी ऑप्शंस और नियमित इनकम पाने में फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी। LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
झाके रे झाके, झरोखे से झाके, हैरत से आंखें, अपनी सी दुनिया नई रंगी लागे, ख्यालों की खिड़की से मन कूदे भागे, झाके रे झाके, झरोखे
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
Mallikarjun Kharge, during his address in a public meeting for the party's campaign in Gujarat last evening, compared Prime Minister Narendra Modi with Ravan. He said that Modi is omnipresent in local, state and Lok Sabha elections like a Ravan with 100 heads. Let's listen into what he said.
आप किसी को मत देखो, मोदी को देखकर वोट दो। अब भाई तुम्हारे को तुम्हारी सूरत कितनी बार देखना, कारपोरेशन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमएलए इलेक्शन भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमपी इलेक्शन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, हर जगह कितने हैं भाई? क्या आपके रावण के जैसा 100 मुख है? क्या है? समझ में नहीं आता।
And let's listen into a comment that's coming in right now from the BJP over what Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, said.
Once again, the Congress party has done what it does best. That is, to abuse one person, it has started abusing and insulting the position of the Prime Minister and constitutional positions. The statement of Mr. Kharge is not a sahyog, but it is a vote bank ka prayog and udyog. Just like Madhusudan Mistry heckled, abused, insulted the Prime Minister, and not just the Prime Minister, but his entire Garib Samaj by saying, "Auqat dikha denge." Now Mr. Kharge is also slandering and abusing and insulting the Prime Minister, because they cannot tolerate, these dynasts and elitists can't tolerate that a chaiwala has become the Prime Minister. So those with a Rajshahi mindset have always targeted the Prime Minister, his Samaj, the fact that he comes from a chaiwala's family, he comes from an OBC family. They have said, "Tu chai bechne denge," like Mr. Manishankar Iyer. They have called him Neech, like Priyanka Vadra did, targeting his caste and his Samaj. They have also said Bhasmasur, Gangu Teli. They have used more than 80 abuses like this. And today they continue to say the same language against Prime Minister because they have hatred for one man. This is the true face of the Congress. वैसे तो they say प्यार की राजनीति, but in reality they only have hatred, and they have, even in the process of abusing one person, abused the entire state of Gujarat by using terms like maut ka saudagar, for which they have been punished even before. But this is the mindset of the Congress which they continue to betray even now.
Right, so that's a comment that's coming in from the BJP over comments that were made by Mallikarjun Kharge. He was addressing a election rally in Gujarat where he made these comments against the Prime Minister. Let's listen in to what the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge said in Gujarat.
आप किसी को मत देखो, मोदी को देखकर वोट दो। अब भाई तुम्हारे को तुम्हारी सूरत कितनी बार देखना, कारपोरेशन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमएलए इलेक्शन भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमपी इलेक्शन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, हर जगह कितने हैं भाई? क्या आपके रावण के जैसा 100 मुख है? क्या है? समझ में नहीं आता।
And Priyanka is reporting on this. Now, Priyanka, that comment from Mallikarjun Kharge, of course, at an election rally has drawn severe criticism from the BJP, saying, who now say that the Congress is targeting a constitutional post. All right, that's a very poor audio connection that we have with Priyanka. We're going to try and fix that and go back to her in just a bit. But Mallikarjun Kharge's reaction, comment rather, over in Gujarat, of course, has drawn the ire from the BJP. The Congress president, during his address in a public meeting for the party's campaign in Gujarat last evening, compared the Prime Minister to Ravan. He said that Modi is omnipresent in local, state and Lok Sabha elections like a Ravan with 100 heads. Now, the BJP, of course, has criticized this comment, saying that the criticism that's come in from Mallikarjun Kharge is essentially at a constitutional post. I'm going to try and go back to Priyanka. Right. Priyanka, a lot of criticism coming in from the BJP, who have questioned the comment that Mallikarjun Kharge made during an election campaign. Tell us more.
Well, that's right, Nupur. And as I was saying, not the first time that such a thing has happened where the Congress leadership has taken these kind of pot shots at the Prime Minister. And of course, that the BJP has come out and criticized the Congress party for those kind of statements. And this, once again, has happened from the Congress party president, Mallikarjun Kharge, who was in Ahmedabad. And he was addressing a rally, and he was talking and he was comparing the Prime Minister to Ravan. And he was saying that it's just like Ravan, that all of his heads are visible everywhere, that the Prime Minister is there, his marketing is being done so that his face is visible everywhere as well. Apart from that, the Congress party had also made these kind of statements earlier, when Mallikarjun Kharge had also come a couple of weeks ago, when several these kind of personal comments on the Prime Minister had also been made. Once again, this is a rally that took place in Ahmedabad, is where Mallikarjun Kharge had been speaking about the Prime Minister, and now we see that the BJP has also come out and condemned it. And we are in fact on the ground getting all the breaking updates as far as the Gujarat elections are concerned. We'll be back after a very short break and bring you all the updates from the ground.
In association with mutual funds, सही हैं।
भैया जी हमला। भैया जी 10 गोलियां ले ले।
गोलियां नहीं रज्जा, गोली।
पर बाहर तो 10 लोग हैं।
10 हो या पूरी बस, अब तो बस 1 है तो डन है। इसको कोई वॉच कराओ। जब वॉचो मिले ढेर सारे OTT एप्स एक ही प्लान में, तो हर कोई बोलेगा वॉचो 1 है तो डन है।
Watch your plan starting at just 42 rupees per month. आज ही सब्सक्राइब करें और पाएं select plans पर 1 महीना complimentary.
Guys, not satisfied. Management is not happy. You are my A team. We need to work the long weekend. Please cancel all your trips. We'll need to
Soch, think fast, come on. Switch to off है।
इससे अच्छा क्लियर ट्रिप कर लेते। Reschedule or cancel your domestic flight for free with CT Flex Max. Clear trip का clear advantage. Download the app now.
To make my vision a reality, I have to see clearly from every point of view. With my Verilux progressive lenses, I seamlessly transition from near to far and see every detail in sharp focus. When you see no limits, there are no limits. Verilux lenses by Essilor.
दादा आप फ्लाइट कहाँ बुक करते हो?
इक्सिगो।
ट्रेन?
इक्सिगो।
बस?
इक्सिगो।
साइकिल?
इक्सिगो।
ज़्यादा बोल लिए।
बड़ो ज़्यादा बोल लिया।
और कौन सा ऐप डाउनलोड करना चाहिए?
इक्सिगो।
और निकल लो।
To make my vision a reality, I have to see clearly from every point of view. With my Verilux progressive lenses, I seamlessly transition from near to far and see every detail in sharp focus. When you see no limits, there are no limits. Verilux lenses by Essilor.
Thanks for tuning in this Tuesday morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Let's get started with the top headlines we are tracking, top of the hour. Mega controversy over International Film Festival of India jury head remark. The Israel filmmaker calls it a propaganda.
कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में उनको उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे.
Big insult to Kashmiri Pundits. Filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri, actor Anupam Kher lash out on the International Film Festival of India jury head. Big election controversy breaks out in Gujarat. Kharge compares Prime Minister Modi with Ravan. Mega NIA crackdown across the nation. Raids in the national capital UP Punjab in connection with the gangsters. Amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Bombay to meet JP Nadda in the national capital. Smriti Irani slams Rahul Gandhi, says he's marching with those who want to break India. And our top focus this hour, there is massive furor over the remarks that were made by the Israeli filmmaker at the International Film Festival of India event. In fact, the latest update coming in that a complaint has been filed against the Israeli filmmaker for his remarks on Kashmir Files. The complaint that's been filed by advocate Vineet Jindal to the Goa DGP. So that's the update coming in. We'll go across to Alisha as well from the Mumbai newsroom to take us through those key excerpts from this complaint that has been filed against the Israeli filmmaker. So the Israeli filmmaker there facing a lot of backlash over those remarks in which he called the Kashmir Files movie vulgar and even went on to say that it is a propaganda movie, to which a lot of reactions as well also have been coming in since early morning. In fact, some of those key excerpts from from that complaint that has been filed by Vineet Jindal, where he says that the statement given by the Israeli filmmaker is totally manipulated and with ill intention towards the Hindu community in the garb of targeting movie Kashmir Files, which is more clear when one of the jury members at the event through his Twitter account said that it is completely in a personal capacity and nothing to do with the esteemed jury board. So the statement that has been made by the Israeli filmmaker, which has landed himself in quite a difficult spot as reactions have been pouring in from across the board. First up, let's listen in to those remarks that were made by the jury head.
These and defaults and evoked vivid discussions. We were, all of us, disturbed and shocked by the 15th film, by the movie Kashmir Files, that felt to us like a propaganda, vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section of such a prestigious film festival. I feel totally comfortable to share openly these feelings here with you on stage, since the spirit that we felt in the festival can surely accept also a critical discussion, which is essential for art and for life. Thanks a lot.
And some of those key excerpts from this complaint that has been filed by advocate Vineet Jindal, in which he stated, and I quote, by calling a movie based on true story of a Hindu genocide by Islamic terrorists that happened in Kashmir as propaganda and vulgar, he's abusing the sacrifice of Hindus in Kashmir and even targeting the Hindu community by using derogatory words, vulgar and propaganda upon Hindu killings just to incite hatred in our country. And rightly so, as mentioned in this complaint copy that we've accessed of advocate Vineet Jindal. Before we go across to Alisha to take us through the details of this complaint that has been filed by advocate Vineet Jindal, let's listen in to what Anupam Kher had to say as he condemned those remarks by the Israeli filmmaker.
कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में उनको उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे. और इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा, बिकॉज मंदिर के बाहर इस तरह की बात करना कोई फिलहाल बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है.
सर फिर भी आपका ओपिनियन क्या रहेगा?
विल गिव द प्रॉपर रिप्लाई टू इट. अगर हॉलोकॉस्ट सही है तो कश्मीरी पंडितों का एक्सोडस भी सही है। ये एक प्री प्लान मुझे लगता है, मैं जितना ज़्यादा जानता नहीं ऐसा प्री प्लान लगता है कि प्लानिंग किया गया है, बिकॉज उसके बाद इमीडिएटली टूल किट गैंग जो है वो सक्रिय हो गया और मुझे एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था आप लोग यहाँ होंगे, बिकॉज मैं बट इट्स शेमफुल फॉर हिम टू मेक ए स्टेटमेंट लाइक दिस और
स्टेटमेंट बहुत गलत दिया है,
बट फ्रॉम ए कम्युनिटी हु हैव सफर्ड हॉलोकॉस्ट, Jews have suffered Holocaust, and he comes from that community, and for him to sort of make a statement like this, he has also pained those people who have जो इस त्रासदी के शिकार हुए आज से बहुत साल पहले। तो मैं यही कहूँगा कि ये हमारे गणपति जी, सिद्धि विनायक के भगवान उनको अकल दे और सद्बुद्धि दे, ताकि वो इस तरह लोगों के हजारों लाखों लोगों की जो ट्रेजेडी है उसको मंच पर से इस्तेमाल करके अपना एक ध्येय पूरा ना करें।
And we have Alisha joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Alisha, if you can take us through the highlights of this complaint, copy of Advocate Vinny Jindal, because as he's rightly put it, the statements that were made by the Israeli filmmaker, they reek of nothing but of vested interests.
This is the letter that is the complaint letter that has been given by Advocate Vinny Jindal. There are several points that has been pointed out, and specifically over the statement. If we see the Vinny Jindal statement which he has written to DGP Goa, clearly mentioning the content of the statement made by him clearly shows his intent of instigating enmity between groups. Being a social activist and Hindu by religion, my religious sentiment are deeply hurt by the statement made by Nadal Lapid. Nadal Lapid, by making above cited statement, has been committed offence under section 121, 153, 153A and B, 295, 298 and 505 of the IPC, which are cognizable offence and very serious in nature. Not only this, but also he has requested Goa DGP to register an FIR against him over the above said section and to take a strict legal action against him, so he cannot dare to make such kind of hateful and disturbing comment again in future. So this is the letter that we have access, and this is the letter that is given by Vinny Jindal, clearly requesting Goa DGP to register a case against Nadav, who has given a statement over the Kashmir Files. And he has also mentioned that being a Hindu, there are many of the religion sentiment that has deeply been hurt by the statement made by him, and whether the fact it's a cognizable offence which will come over the statement that he has given. But yes, there should be an FIR that is to be registered.
Yes, Alisha, stay with us. Also, if you can take us through those remarks that have come in from the Israeli envoy, who's apologized on behalf of Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid, saying that these remarks, that he's ashamed and that such remarks are beyond condemnable, the remarks that were made by the Israeli filmmaker.
So we know that even yesterday, where the International Film Fair Festival that happened in Goa, where the statement from Nadav has clearly mentioned that a Kashmiri file is nothing but a propaganda. But now it has really hurt the sentiment of the many people. And now there is also a complaint that has been given by, by Vinny Jindal, who is an advocate and also a social activist, clearly mentioning that such a statement that he has been giving on a public platform, which when it comes to the Kashmiri file, which a number of people, we know that thousands of people have come forward in support of the same film. But right now, giving such statement has really hurt the religious sentiment, after which there should be a case that is need to be registered against him, even if the charges, the section that is going to be imposed on him is something cognizable. But yes, it's a very serious in nature, which is why he has requested the Goa DGP as well and the Goa police to register a case against him.
Alisha, thank you for taking us through all those details. And even as we are seeing statements coming in from the director himself, Vivek Agnihotri, as well as Anupam Kher, who was the actor who acted in the movie Kashmir Files, bringing to light the plight of Kashmiri Pundits, where he said that the remarks look pre-planned and these comments are disrespectful. In fact, Vivek Agnihotri, speaking on these remarks that were made by the Israeli filmmaker, said that truth is most dangerous, things can make people lie. So these are the reactions coming in from actor Anupam Kher as well as Kashmir Files director Vivek Agnihotri. In fact, not just this, Israel envoy Noor Gilon has apologized on behalf of these remarks that were made by the International Film Festival jury head. Before we play out more reactions, let's once again listen in as to what Udhav's Sanjay Raut, in fact, what, beg your pardon, Sanjay Raut had to say about this whole controversy in which he called the movie a propaganda, in a way backing the remarks that were made by the Israeli filmmaker.
तो ये जो बात है कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में, ये सच है. अगर कोई व्यू ने कहा होगा, मैं तो अभी इतना ही देखता हूँ कि जिस तरह से प्रोपेगेंडा हुआ था एक पार्टी का और एक पार्टी के खिलाफ, उसके लिए फिल्म बनाई थी. और एक पूरी पार्टी, पूरी सरकार, जहाँ जहाँ बीजेपी की सरकार है, वो उस प्रचार में लगा. लेकिन ये सिनेमा आने के बाद कश्मीर में सबसे ज़्यादा किलिंग्स हुई है पंडितों की. आपने देखा होगा, पंडितों को मारा गया, सुरक्षा कर्मियों को मारा गया. तब ये कश्मीर फाइल वाले कहाँ थे? ये आक्रोश तो कश्मीरी पंडितों के अनाथ बच्चे भी कर रहे थे. अब कहाँ गए कश्मीरी फाइल वाले? अब हमारी वेदना दिखाइए. तब ना कोई सामने आया, ना कश्मीर फाइल 2 का कोई नियोजन किया. अब बनाइए कश्मीर फाइल 2 पे.
And not just this, those were of course the remarks in which Sanjay Raut hit out at the BJP, calling the movie a propaganda movie. But Ashok Pandit there, who has come down heavily on the Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid, who made these remarks, he said, and I quote, "Irresponsible statement against Kashmiri Files is an insult to Indian filmmakers. I therefore appeal to Indian filmmakers to stand by fellow director Vivek Agnihotri and denounce a foreigner who mocked genocide and ethnic cleansing of the Kashmiri Pundits." So Ashok Pandit there also coming down heavily on those remarks that were made by the Israeli filmmaker. We have that reaction as well coming in from Ashok Pandit, the filmmaker. Let's listen in.
You see, I, as a Kashmiri Pundit and as a filmmaker, I denounce and condemn the statement of the chairman of IFFI, a prestigious film festival, Nadav. Calling Kashmir Files a propaganda and a vulgar film is actually supporting terrorism in this country. He's mocked the exodus, the genocide and the ethnic cleansing of 3.5 lakh Kashmiri Pundits. And this irresponsible statement of his has really hurt our feelings, hurt the feelings of the entire community and nation at large. He as a filmmaker could have technically spoken about the film, but going on a different line proves that this man is basically under a proper, he has said this with a proper strategy, with people behind him, and there was a purpose behind condemning this film and talking in this language about this film. I therefore appeal to our INB Minister Sahab, Anurag ji, that there has to be a proper action taken by the INB Ministry. The bureaucrats who are responsible for appointing him as the jury, all those people who are responsible for him being the chairman of the jury, have done this without doing a proper homework about this man. He has been a constant abuser. He is a supporter of Palestine. He is a Palestinian supporter, and this irresponsibility has actually shamed our country. A foreigner filmmaker comes to your land, abuses your filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri, abuses his film, and the film which has depicted the genocide and ethnic cleansing of an entire race. So it's very important for the nation at large to react to this. It's very important for the filmmakers in the industry to react to this and support a fellow filmmaker, because this is given a very wrong signal, that the silence will give a very, very, very wrong signal about it. So I seek an apology from this man, whosoever he is so-called filmmaker, must have received awards or whatever it is. But this is an insult to India, Indian filmmakers. This is an insult to the basic talent of this country.
So there you heard a reaction coming in from Ashok Pandit, coming down heavily on the Israeli filmmaker who's made these distasteful remarks, saying that there should be proper action against him. We have Gursimran joining us live from Jammu, who is speaking in fact to the Kashmiri Pundits. Gursimran, take it away, take us through the reactions you're picking up from the Kashmiri Pundits.
See, Samiksha, the Kashmiri Pundits have faced the exodus since the 90s, and the same is the situation. We saw how things have, the terrorists and those terror sponsors, they tried to repeat that thing. I'm joined by a few Kashmiri Pundits, will speak to them. आप मुझे बताइए, कहा गया कि जो कश्मीर फाइल्स है वो एक प्रोपेगेंडा मूवी है, वल्गर मूवी है. किस तरह देखते हैं इस स्टेटमेंट?
नहीं, हम इसको ऐसा नहीं मानते हैं. मुझे लगता है कि जो फिल्म मेकर थे वहाँ के इजराइल के, शायद मैं नहीं कह सकता हूँ कि उसने किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ये कहा, लेकिन जो कश्मीर फाइल्स को हमने देखा है और जो कश्मीर फाइल्स हैं, इट इज़ ट्रू. क्यों मैं इसलिए कहता हूँ, मैं वही कश्मीरी पंडित हूँ जिसने एक्सोडस के पीरियड को जिया. उसने वो जो सिचुएशन जो है वो देखी है 89 में. मुझे नहीं लगता है जो कश्मीर फाइल्स हैं उसमें हमारा स्टैंड जो वही है, जो कम्युनिटी का स्टैंड है, और स्टैंड वही है कि उसमें जो भी रिफ्लेक्ट किया गया था पेन और अगोनी जो कश्मीरी पंडित वो ट्रू है. उसमें
आपको लगता है कि कुछ लोग जब फिल्म रिलीज हुई तब भी इसको अपोज कर रहे थे? एक ग्रुप है जो चाहता है कि कश्मीरी पंडित्स का जो दर्द है वो सामने ना.
मेजॉरिटी अगर आप देखेंगे हमारे देश की, तो मेजॉरिटी ऑफ पीपल लाइक दैट पिक्चर, और उन्होंने इसको एंडोर्स किया कि इस पिक्चर को जो है उन्हें माना कि ये जो पिक्चर ये रियलिटी के ऊपर जो है वो बेस्ड है. अब कुछ एलिमेंट्स होते हैं कि जो इसको अपोज करते हैं क्योंकि शायद उन्होंने उस चीज़ को नहीं देखा. कश्मीरी पंडित जो है, कश्मीरी पंडितों के ऊपर ये पिक्चर बनी है और कश्मीरी पंडित ने इन चीज़ों को देखा है. हम एविडेंस हैं इन चीज़ों की, इसलिए मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमसे बेटर और कोई जानता है कि चीज़ को. जो इसराइल के फिल्म मेकर हैं, हो सकता है कि उसने वो शायद वो पेन नहीं देखी है जो हमने देखी है, तो उसको कहते हैं, लेकिन हम उसको रिजेक्ट करते हैं. हम मानते हैं कि ये सत्य के ऊपर ये पिक्चर जो बनी है और इसमें वही जो दिखाया गया है जो हमारे साथ बीता है.
The truth has been reflected. सर, आप देखिए जिस तरह से पोर्ट्रे करने की कोशिश की गई है, क्लीन चिट देने की कोशिश की गई है उन लोगों को जो कल्प्रिट थे, आपको लगता है कि गलत है और कहीं ना कहीं मिसलीड करने की कोशिश?
बिल्कुल सर, ये बिल्कुल मैंने पहले भी बोला आपको कि जो बोल रहे हैं कि ये प्रोपेगेंडा मूवी है, मुझे लगता है उन्हीं के वही शायद एक प्रोपेगेंडा चला रहे हैं कि जो सच्चाई है वो देश के सामने ना आए. आई भी है, लोगों ने उसको स्वीकारा भी है. लोगों के आपने देखा नहीं होगा, जब लोगों ने वो सच्चाई देखी जिन पे ये बीती है, उनकी आंखों में आंसू थे जब वो फिल्म देख रहे थे. तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि ये कोई झूठी चीज़ है, ये एक ट्रू फैक्ट्स पे बेस्ड है और उन लोगों से पूछ कर ये फिल्म बनाई है. फैक्ट्स को कलेक्ट करके फिल्म दर्शाई गई है.
फैक्ट्स को कलेक्ट किया गया है. मैडम, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे उस इजरायली फिल्म मेकर को जिसने ये कमेंट्स किए हैं कि ये एक प्रोपेगेंडा मूवी है, एक वल्गर मूवी?
सर देखिए, इजराइल में बैठ के कमेंट करना बहुत आसान है और कश्मीर में रहना हम जानते हैं कितना मुश्किल है, क्योंकि हमें वहाँ पे बसना है, हमें वहाँ पे सेटल होना है, जो कि हम हो नहीं पा रहे हैं. 32 साल हो गए, हम अभी तक वहाँ सेटल हो नहीं पाए हैं. 32 साल पहले भी भाग के आ गए थे और अभी 32 साल बाद भी 2022 में दोबारा भाग के आए हैं. तो मुझे लगता है उनको डेटा देखने की ज़रूरत है. एक बार वो देखें टारगेटेड किलिंग्स कितनी हो रही हैं. पिछले 1 साल 2 साल में 25 लोगों की जानें जा चुकी हैं. तो बेटर कि वो फैक्ट्स के साथ आगे आए और फिल्म को प्रोपेगेंडा ना बोलें.
So Samiksha, this is the Kashmiri Pandit community, those who are saying that the Israeli filmmaker need to see the facts that how things have happened and are happening.
Movements are also progressing rapidly for the greater good of our shared neighborhood. Your visit today is a very important milestone in our emerging and promising relationship. I would also like to place on record my appreciation to Mr. Sirajuddin Qureshi, President of the India Islamic Cultural Center, for organizing this dialogue today. Excellency, India is an important partner. Indonesia is an important partner in India's extended neighborhood. And our two countries share many complementarities. We have had vast and extended cultural, economic, and spiritual contacts for 1600 years up to the 14th century. These contacts showed us the value of openness, engagement, and respect for diversity. In the 7th century, India's Malabar coast became the meeting point for Arab and Indonesian traders from where they transmitted Islam to Southeast Asia. It is said that Javis from Indonesia had great influence and trade in Calicut. Similarities have also been found in the early Muslim settlements of peninsular India and Indonesia. The Cholas too had extensive trade and cultural contacts between India and Indonesia. Excellency, we are both flourishing democracies in the Indo-Pacific region. The waters that lap the shores of Indonesia also lap other shores. We have historical and cultural linkages and extensive people-to-people ties. Tourism has been an important bridge of cooperation between our two countries. Before the pandemic, 5 lakh Indians visited Bali every year, while the Taj Mahal is a major tourist attraction in India. In Indonesia, people visit Hindu temples like Prambanan, which is a very, very important point for us. This is a shining example of our tolerant and syncretic cultures. We are both home to the world's largest Islamic populations. Indonesia is the world's largest Islamic country, and India is home to the 3rd largest Muslim population. Much like in India, Islam in Indonesia was spread by traders from present-day Kerala and Gujarat and Sufis from Bengal and Kashmir. This peaceful spread led to the development of a syncretic culture where not only pre-Islamic religions flourished side by side, but age-old traditions and local customs greatly influenced religious practices. Today, in this hall, we may speak different languages, but we share a common desire for peace and harmony. Our dialogue today is a vital medium to help us achieve that objective. Excellency, it is crucial that we share and understand the historical and cultural context of Islam in our respective countries, which have peaceful and tolerant underpinnings. It is significant that Islamic theological schools of Deobandism, Barelvism and Sufism took deep roots in India. Later, these practices and traditions spread to other Islamic nations. Abd al-Rauf al-Sinki in the 17th century is credited to have brought Sufi Kshatriya tradition to Indonesia from India. It is in this context, Excellency, your idea to bring a high-level ulama delegation, the national treasures, to India is apt and extremely important. As you all are aware, both our countries have been victims of terrorism and separatism, while we have overcome the challenges to a considerable extent. The phenomenon of cross-border terrorism and ISIS-inspired terrorism continues to pose a threat. Cooperation of the civil society is essential in countering the threat from ISIS-inspired individual terror cells and returnees from theaters like Syria and Afghanistan. The ulamas play a very important role in Islamic society. The aim of today's discussions is to bring together Indian and Indonesian ulama and scholars who can take forward our cooperation in promoting tolerance, harmony, and peaceful cooperation. This will bolster the fight against violent extremism, terrorism, and radicalization. None of the ends for which extremism, radicalization, and the misuse of religion are employed are justifiable on any ground. This is a distortion of religion against all of us, which all of us also need to raise our voice effectively. Extremism and terrorism is against the very meaning of Islam, because Islam means peace, and well-being, opposition to such forces should not be painted as a confrontation with any religion. Instead, we should focus on the real message of our religions, which stand for the values of humanism, peace, and understanding. Indeed, as the Holy Quran itself preaches, killing one person is like killing all humanity, and saving one is like saving the humanity. Islam ordained that the most excellent form of jihad is jihad afzal, that is jihad against one's senses of ego and not against innocent civilians. We also need to counter disinformation and propaganda that can impede peaceful coexistence among the followers of different faiths. Islam emerged as a rallying point for the disadvantaged and was tolerant in its outlook. After the Prophet's demise, fissures emerged among the caliphs on the question of his legitimate hand. Each faction attempted to outdo the other by espousing a more radical interpretation of the hadiths. It is here that the ulama have a pivotal role to play. They have a leading role in educating the people on the original tolerant and moderate principles of Islam and countering radicalization and extremism with progressive ideas and thought.
Powered by Truecaller, बुरी नियत वालों का कॉल लाल।
भैया जी हमला। भैया जी 10 गोलियां ले ले।
गोलियां नहीं रज्जा, गोली।
पर बाहर तो 10 लोग हैं।
10 हो या पूरी बस, अब तो बस 1 है तो डन है। इसको कोई वॉच कराओ। जब वॉचो मिले ढेर सारे ओटीटी ऐप्स एक ही प्लान में तो हर कोई बोलेगा वॉचो 1 है तो डन है।
वॉचो प्लान स्टार्टिंग एट जस्ट 42 रुपीस पर मंथ। आज ही सब्सक्राइब करें और पाएं सिलेक्ट प्लान्स पर 1 महीना कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री।
To make my vision a reality, I have to see clearly from every point of view. With my Verilux progressive lenses, I seamlessly transition from near to far and see every detail in sharp focus. When you see no limits, there are no limits. Verilux lenses by Essilor.
Prepare your kids for the changing season. Prevent flu with annual vaccination. Consult your pediatrician for more information.
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Innovations that are intuitive. Inspired by our today, we design your tomorrow. Some said electric is the future. We said, why stop there? Everyone looks at the world today. But at Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a look at the top headlines. Mega controversy over the iffy jury head remark the Israeli filmmaker calls the Kashmir Files propaganda. Big insult to Kashmiri Pundits. The filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri and actor Anupam Kher lash out at the iffy jury head.
हर जगह कितने हैं भाई, क्या आपके रावण के जैसा सौ मुख है, क्या है? कमाल में नहीं आता.
A huge controversy breaks out in Gujarat as Mallikarjun Kharge compares the Prime Minister to Ravan. Mega NIA crackdown across the nation, raids in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh and Punjab in connection with gangsters. Amidst the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Baswaraj Bomai is to meet JP Nadda today. And Smriti Irani slams Rahul Gandhi, says he's marching with those who want to break India. Well, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, during his address at a public meeting for the party's campaign in Gujarat last evening, compared Prime Minister Modi with Ravan. He said that Modi is omnipresent in the local, state and Lok Sabha elections like a Ravan with 100 heads.
किसी को मत देखो, मोदी को देखकर वोट दो. अब भाई तुम्हारे को तुम्हारी सूरत कितनी बार देखना? कॉर्पोरेशन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमएलए इलेक्शन भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमपी इलेक्शन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना. हर जगह कितने हैं भाई, क्या आपके रावण के जैसा सौ मुख है, क्या है? समझ में नहीं आता. आप किसी को मत देखो, मोदी को देखकर वोट दो. अब भाई तुम्हारे को तुम्हारी सूरत कितनी बार देखना? कॉर्पोरेशन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमएलए इलेक्शन भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमपी इलेक्शन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना. हर जगह कितने हैं भाई, क्या आपके रावण के जैसा सौ मुख है, क्या है? समझ में नहीं आता.
Well, the BJP has reacted sharply to these comments by Mallikarjun Kharge at an election rally in Gujarat.
Again, the Congress party has done what it does best. That is, to abuse one person, it has started abusing and insulting the position of the Prime Minister and constitutional positions. The statement of Mr. Kharge is not a sahyog, but it is a vote bank ka prayog and udyog. Just like Madhusudan Mistry heckled, abused, insulted the Prime Minister, and not just the Prime Minister, but his entire Garib Samaj by saying, "Auqat dikha denge." Now Mr. Kharge is also slandering and abusing and insulting the Prime Minister, because they cannot tolerate, these dynasts and elitists can't tolerate that a chaiwala has become the Prime Minister. So those with a Rajshahi mindset have always targeted the Prime Minister, his Samaj, the fact that he comes from a chaiwala's family, he comes from an OBC family. They have said, "Tu chai bechne denge," like Mr. Manishankar Iyer. They have called him Neech, like Priyanka Vadra did, targeting his caste and his Samaj. They have also said Bhasmasur, Gangu Teli. They have used more than 80 abuses like this. And today they continue to say the same language against Prime Minister because they have hatred for one man. This is the true face of the Congress. वैसे तो they say प्यार की राजनीति, but in reality they only have hatred, and they have, even in the process of abusing one person, abused the entire state of Gujarat by using terms like maut ka saudagar, for which they have been punished even before. But this is the mindset of the Congress which they continue to betray even now.
And Priyanka is reporting on this. She joins us on the phone. Priyanka, this comment, of course, has drawn the ire from the BJP. Give us more details into how this comment of Mallikarjun Kharge is being seen.
Well, Nupur, we have seen how these leaders of the Congress party have been making the kind of personal commentary on the Prime Minister, and not the first time that we have seen something like this happening. Now, of course, we had seen Mallikarjun Kharge in Ahmedabad in that rally has compared the Prime Minister to Ravan once again, and has said that he is somebody who is using his own marketing, and that he's using his own face everywhere, and that his face is visible everywhere. It's his own personal branding that he's doing, and that just like Ravan, his face is everywhere is something that he has stated as well. Apart from that, of course, we have seen that the Congress party is standing by their statements, completely not coming out and saying that they have something to backtrack on, or something that they have misspoken about as far as this particular statement of Mallikarjun Kharge is concerned. And in fact, and we have seen that time and time again that the Congress party leadership, even in the state of Gujarat, have made those kind of statements. Now, apart from that, the BJP also sees that these kind of personal pot shots that are being taken by the opposition, not just the Congress party, but we also see that the Aam Aadmi Party candidates, especially leaders like Gopal Italia as well, who had made those kind of personal remarks against the Prime Minister, and the BJP always has maintained this stand that these are the opposition leaders who make these kind of statements, personal statements against the Prime Minister, because there are no particular issues that they can also raise, is something that the BJP has also maintained. And of course, they have come out and condemned this kind of a statement that has come to light from Mallikarjun Kharge.
Absolutely. Priyanka, as you're pointing out, of course, this was made at an election rally yesterday in Ahmedabad. But give us more details in terms of how bitter this campaign has been for Gujarat. Now, this comment, of course, has drawn a lot of ire. But even before this one, there was a comment that was made by Mr. Mistry, and that also, drew a lot of reactions.
If we also trail back to 2017, Nupur, we had seen that the Congress party leader, Manishankar Iyer, in fact, had also made those comments against the Prime Minister, called him Neech, and those were the casteist commentary that we saw from the Congress party in the last election as well. And of course, this election, if we trail back for the last 2 months, we have seen these kind of statements coming from the Aam Aadmi Party leadership as well, including Gopal Italia, who had once again had made those statements against the Prime Minister, had made those casteist comments against the Prime Minister as well, and had stood by those comments, and had said that there was nothing that he regretted about saying that, and that it was the truth, and he was shamelessly defending these kind of statements as well. But of course, speaking about the Congress party, once again we are seeing that Mallikarjun Kharge, apart from him, several other leadership of the state as well have made these kind of statements, personal remarks against the Prime Minister, that they time and time again come out and defend as well, because they say that there is nothing wrong that they have said, and that's exactly what we see happening here in the case of Mallikarjun Kharge as well, Nupur, where he had made those statements yesterday and had compared the Prime Minister to Ravan, and the Congress party leadership in fact coming out and saying that there was nothing wrong that their party president had also spoken about.
All right, Priyanka bringing us those details. Thank you very much for joining us. So strong reactions coming into Mallikarjun Kharge's remark against the Prime Minister at a rally in Gujarat yesterday. You are with Republic TV. We step into a very short break. On the other side, we've got more news coming up, so don't go anywhere. Mega controversy over the iffy Jory head remark. The Israeli filmmakers calls the film Kashmir Files propaganda. And mega NIA crackdown across the nation. Raids are conducted in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh and Punjab.
Your favorite service provider, 10, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो.
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call 10 toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
Pooja, you left the job and still so cool?
Bro, new challenges bring new opportunities.
Oh, really?
Seriously, Rahul, my entire house, now it's an online retail store. Look.
Wow.
But money?
Few years back, I'd invested my Diwali bonus.
And now you have LIC's ULIP plan Nivesh Plus. Invest once, get the benefit of both life insurance and maximize returns based on market trends.
One sec, Rahul.
Madam, you are double cool.
India's biggest fashion sale is back. Biggest deals on sneakers, yes. Should have splurged a little less. EORS.
Fashion's biggest deals, yes.
The Myntra Indo season sale is back.
इससे बड़ा सेल नहीं मिलेगा.
Wish list now.
Guys not satisfied. Management is not happy. You are my A team. We need to work the long weekend.
Oh.
Please cancel all your trips. We'll need to work.
Soch, think fast, come on.
Switch to off है.
इससे अच्छा क्लियर ट्रिप कर लेते. Reschedule or cancel your domestic flight for free with CT Flex Max. Clear trip का clear advantage. Download the app now.
In reaction to the controversy that has been raised over the remarks of the Israeli filmmaker at the International Film Festival of India last evening in Goa, a complaint has now been filed against him for his comment on the Kashmir Files. The complaint has been filed by the advocate Vineet Chindal in this particular case. Now, do remember that Vivek Agnihotri's film, The Kashmir File, which narrates the story of forced exodus of Kashmiri Pundits, was labelled propaganda at the 53rd International Film Festival of India in Goa on Monday. Speaking during the closing ceremony of the event, the Israeli filmmaker and the jury head, Nadav Lapid, said that many were shocked by the movie and termed it vulgar. He also called it unfit to be shown at the festival. The board of the jury, of course, did come out very quickly after that and said that they did not agree with Lapid's thoughts on the movie and said that it was his personal view that was reflected in his speech. Now, this was a speech that was given towards the end of the film festival during the closing ceremony. Reactions, of course, has come in from Bollywood as well as from the filmmaker, who tweeted a short while ago. Vivek Agnihotri, of course, said that truth is the most dangerous thing and can make people lie. Now, what we are also given to understand, of course, is that there have been a lot of political reactions that have also come into this. The BJP, of course, has come out and slammed the filmmaker, the comments of the filmmaker on the movie. Apart from that, we have seen, of course, reactions come in from Israel's ambassador. He took to Twitter to say that he does not condone these remarks, essentially saying that the filmmaker should apologize for the comments that he made. Now, let's just listen into reactions that we are getting to this comment. But first, let's listen into the comment that was made by Mr. Lapid at the closing ceremony of the film festival.
And defaults and evoked vivid discussions. We were, all of us, disturbed and shocked by the 15th film, by the movie Kashmir Files, that felt to us like a propaganda vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section of such a prestigious film festival. I feel totally comfortable to share openly these feelings here with you on stage, since the spirit that we felt in the festival can surely accept also a critical discussion, which is essential for art and for life. Thanks a lot.
And joining us right now on the broadcast is Yeshaya Rosenman, an Israeli journalist. Mr. Rosenman, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. How do you see these comments that were made at the film festival by Mr. Lapid? He, of course, did say that he feels that this film, The Kashmir Files, which essentially talks about the exodus of the Kashmiri Pundits, is propaganda.
Namaste, and thanks for inviting me.
I think, first of all, Mr. Lapid represents only himself. I must state clearly that Israel and Israeli establishment and Israelis in general are very supportive of the Indian people and the current Indian government and any Indian government that will be. Mr. Lapid himself is completely clueless about the Kashmiri ethnic cleansing of Kashmiri Pundits. I would be very surprised if he has ever read a single book on Indian history of any kind. He is mainly a provocateur. He is, for his own egoistic it's just an ego trip. He wants to be seen as a brave resistance fighter, and for that means he will just defame India, and he regularly defames Israel. So the first reaction I got when I shared this thing that happened with a scriptwriter friend of mine is that he told me, first of all, Nadav Lapid is nobody. Second of all, calm down. He says much worse things about Israel.
All right. So, Mr. Rosenman, do you then think that this comment was made, as has been suggested by a lot of people, to get publicity for himself? There has been a lot of criticism that has come his way for this comment, but it obviously has also drawn attention of people in the country.
Yes, I think that, first of all, I must say that the thing that angered me the most was how completely obnoxious Mr. Lapid was. He comes to an event, he is a guest of honor. Again, he's completely anonymous in Israel. I had never heard of him. I had to Google his name. And he is a judge, and he speaks so rudely to his host. That was the thing that shocked, the first initial shock. Beyond that, yes, I think these are people who made an entire career of pandering to these global elite sensitivities, which are both anti-Israel and anti-Indian. So again, he knows nothing about India, and he does it just to pander to his masters. Yeah.
Right now, Mr. Rosenman, there have been some suggestions made that this was a political comment that an Israeli filmmaker who was visiting India should perhaps have desisted from. Do you agree with that?
Yes, correct. As I said, it was very obnoxious. He knows nothing about India or Indian history or Indian society, and he should have, even if he did not like the movie, he should have been more polite about it. I mean, beyond the fact of the obvious, the egregious offense towards Kashmiri Pundits.
All right, Mr. Rosenman, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. So, Mr. Rosenman over there.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Mr. Rosenman also over there condemning that comment that came in from Mr. Lapid. Mr. Lapid, of course, was speaking at the International Film Festival of India in Goa last night. Now, there's been a lot of condemnation that has come in for his comment. Many people, of course, slamming this as a political comment that's been made on the Exodus. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Baswaraj Bommai will be meeting JP Nadda today. And Smriti Irani slams Rahul Gandhi, says he's marching with those who want to break India.
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ। पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने। मेरा दोस्त है, वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है। घोस्ट को कैसे पता मैं अंधेरे से डरता हूँ? घोस्ट मेरा दोस्त है। मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं। जैसे हैवेल्स लाइव शील्ड वायर्स जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं, ना आग पकड़े ना जहरीली गैस छोड़े, वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर।
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना।
वो सपना जो बुना, तुझे लगा गुनगुना।
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा। क्योंकि इसमें है खुला।
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम्प लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
झाके रे झाके झरोके से झाके, देख के दंग है छोटे बड़े सारे। झाके रे झाके फ्यूचर को ये ताके, तरक्की को टुक टुक हर कोई ताके। झाके रे झाके।
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
या तो पास्ट को पकड़ के बैठे रहो या फ्यूचर देखो।
गुड लक।
लक वो तो खुद बनानी पड़ती है।
On your screener of the 18th edition of the India-US Joint Training Exercise, the Yuddh Abhyas, that is being conducted at Oli. The joint exercise is focusing on the employment of the infantry battalion group in peacekeeping and disaster relief operations in the UN. Piyush, I think, is reporting on this. He has more details. Piyush, give us more details of the exercise that is being conducted jointly between India and the US.
Well, certainly, Nupur, right now, as we are speaking, the joint exercise between Indian and US forces is underway in Oli of Uttarakhand. There's a drill which they are right now showcasing, and that's the search and rescue operation drill. What we can explain to you is that the name of this drill is search and rescue operation. Through this drill, the armed forces, Indian armed forces, are trying to showcase as to how they clear the hostile situation, how they neutralize a hostile situation, and you see how they have made some dummy huts here, showing showcasing that this area is a village area. They are making announcements. They are also telling us as to how they go inside a village, they neutralize a hostile, and before that multiple drills are there which they follow. So the Indian armed forces and also US armed forces are doing joint exercise right now. Through this drill, the Indian soldiers are also trying to get in touch with the villagers there first, and they are also showcasing as to how they follow the multiple steps before doing the search and rescue operation in a village whenever there's a hostile situation. So announcements were made, and after that now villagers have now been asked to vacate this entire village through this drill. This is what they are trying to explain. You can see how there are multiple dummy houses. Those have also been established here, and this is the 18th edition of Indo-US joint exercise which is underway in Oli of Uttarakhand. The main motive of this exercise is to exchange the best practices, procedures, techniques, tactics, and the main solo motive of this is also peacekeeping and disaster relief operations, and this is basically happening under the UN mandate. We are showing you the live pictures as to how the US Army personnel are also can be seen taking part in this Indo-US joint exercise which is right now underway, and that's the another drill which is being showcased here by the armed forces of both the nations. Last time it took place in 2021 in Alaska, and after that it is taking place here in India in Oli. If you talk about the next edition, that it is expected to take place in US, and the pictures which we are right now showing is the search and rescue operation drill. A demonstration is being showcased here by the armed forces of India and US, where they are trying to tell us, they're trying to explain how they do search and rescue operation, and there are multiple steps which they follow. If you try to understand the picture, somewhere tells us as to how they have now vacated the entire village. Through this demonstration, they are telling us that whenever there's a hostile situation, they vacate the village, and then after that, they make announcements for the hostile also to come out or to surrender. And if this does not happen, then they barge into the village, they enter into the village, and this is what is happening through this demonstration. They are showing us to how to neutralize a hostile situation. Multiple steps are followed, and now the troops have entered into this village. Through this demonstration, they are explaining that after entering in a village area, they try to enter inside a house, and if Vivek can zoom in, they are trying to tell us as to how through this demonstration we can understand how the troops are following steps to neutralize the hostile situation, and how they are now entering inside a dummy house, and what procedures they follow whenever there is any kind of hostile situation. So that's the joint exercise which is right now underway in all of Uttarakhand. The main motive is to exchange the best practices and techniques through this entire drill. See how a hostile is now being neutralized here, how a terrorist is being neutralized here, how an element is neutralized. This is the drill which is now being showcased, and now an element has now been neutralized here through this step where the troops are now deployed outside the house, and the hostile has now been neutralized. You see, on the other side, there are some terrorist elements who continue to, who are now raising slogans, and this is somewhere showing through this demonstration they are telling us to how some sort of confrontation also is taking place. They're also trying to show how they act whenever there is a stone pelting situation takes place. So these are the live pictures. Those are now underway in Oli of Uttarakhand, and we will continue to report from this very place as multiple drills are taking place. Before that, many drills have taken place. After this very short break, we will be showing more and more pictures as US-Indo troops joint exercise underway in Oli of Uttarakhand. Stay tuned for more updates.
Powered by Truecaller, बुरी नियत वालों का कॉल लाल.
Sarah, this is your space.
Play it your way.
With the versatile range of sanitary ware, faucets and tiles by Sarah.
भैया जी हमला. भैया जी 10 गोलियां ले ले.
गोलियां नहीं रज्जा, गोली.
पर बाहर तो 10 लोग हैं.
10 हो या पूरी बस, अब तो बस 1 है तो डन है. इसको कोई वॉच कराओ. जब वॉचो में मिले ढेर सारे OTT एप्स एक ही प्लान में, तो हर कोई बोलेगा वॉचो 1 है तो डन है.
वॉचो प्लान स्टार्टिंग एट जस्ट 42 रुपीज पर मंथ. आज ही सब्सक्राइब करें और पाएं सिलेक्ट प्लान्स पर 1 महीना कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री.
दादा आप फ्लाइट कहाँ बुक करते हो? इक्सिगो. ट्रेन? इक्सिगो. बस? इक्सिगो. साइकिल? इक्सिगो. ज्यादा बोल लिए. बड़ो ज्यादा बोल लिया. और कौन सा ऐप डाउनलोड करना चाहिए? इक्सिगो. और निकल लो.
To make my vision a reality, I have to see clearly from every point of view. With my Verilux progressive lenses, I seamlessly transition from near to far and see every detail in sharp focus. When you see no limits, there are no limits. Verilux lenses by Essilor.
India's biggest fashion sale is back. Rock that print, pinch that dress, show you my fashion flex. EORS.
Fashion's biggest sale, yes. The Myntra Indo-Region sale is back.
इससे बड़ा सेल नहीं मिलेगा. Wish list now.
Disturbed and shocked by the 15th film, by the movie Kashmir Files, that felt to us like a propaganda vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section.
Mega controversy over the iffy jury head remark. The Israeli filmmaker calls it propaganda.
कश्मीर फाइल्स के बारे में उनको उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे.
Big insult to Kashmiri Pundits. Filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri, actor Anupam Kher lash out at the iffy jury head.
हर जगह कितने हैं भाई? क्या आपके रावण के जैसा 100 मुख है? क्या है? कमाल में नहीं आता.
Huge election controversy breaks out in Gujarat. Mallikarjun Kharge compares the Prime Minister to Ravan. Mega NIA crackdown across the nation, raids in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab in connection with gangsters. Amid the ongoing border row with Maharashtra, Baswaraj Bommai is to meet JP Nadda today. Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, even as controversy continues to swivel around the comments that were made by the Israeli filmmaker at the India International Film Festival in Goa over the film Kashmir Files, a complaint has now been filed against Nadav Lapid for his comment. Now, the complaint has been filed by Advocate Vineet Jindal and it has been filed before the Goa DGP. Do remember that his comment at the film festival, of course, has been criticized not just by political parties but also by the Israeli ambassador to India as well as other Israeli envoys to India, saying that they do not support this comment and this was made in bad taste. Now, the filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri, of course, came out on Twitter and said that truth is the most dangerous thing and can make people lie. In a series of tweets, of course, the Israeli envoy also said that he's extremely hurt to see reactions in India to you that are doubting Schindler's List, the Holocaust and worse. I unequivocally condemn such statements. There is no justification. It does not show to the sensitivity to the Kashmiri cause over here. Let's in fact begin by listening into the comment that was made by Mr. Lapid at the India International Film Festival that was held last night.
Qualities and defaults and evoked vivid discussions. We were, all of us, disturbed and shocked by the 15th film, by the movie Kashmir Files, that felt to us like a propaganda vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section of such a prestigious film festival. I feel totally comfortable to share openly these feelings here with you on stage, since the spirit that we felt in the festival can surely accept also a critical discussion, which is essential for art and for life. Thanks a lot.
You see, I, as a Kashmiri Pundit and as a filmmaker, I denounce and condemn the statement of the chairman of IFFI, a prestigious film festival, Nadav. Calling Kashmir Files a propaganda and a vulgar film is actually supporting terrorism in this country. He's mocked the exodus, the genocide and the ethnic cleansing of 3.5 lakh Kashmiri Pundits. And this irresponsible statement of his has really hurt our feelings, hurt the feelings of the entire community and nation at large. He as a filmmaker could have technically spoken about the film, but going on a different line proves that this man is basically under a proper, he has said this with a proper strategy, with people behind him, and there was a purpose behind condemning this film and talking in this language about this film. I therefore appeal to our INB Minister Sahab, Anurag ji, that there has to be a proper action taken by the INB Ministry. The bureaucrats who responsible for appointing him as the jury, all those people who are responsible for him being the chairman of the jury, have done this without doing a proper homework about this man. He has been a constant abuser. He is a supporter of Palestine. He's a Palestinian supporter, and this responsibility has actually shamed our country. A foreigner filmmaker comes to your land, abuses your filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri, abuses his film, and the film which has depicted the genocide and ethnic cleansing of an entire race. So it's very important for the nation at large to react to this. It's very important for the filmmakers in the industry to react to this and support a fellow filmmaker, because this is given a very wrong signal, that the silence will give a very, very, very wrong signal about it. So I seek an apology from this man, whosoever he is, his so-called filmmaker, must have received awards or whatever it is. But this is an insult to India, Indian filmmakers. This is an insult to the basic talent of this country.
Now, Bollywood actor Anupam Kher, who was a part of the film, has lashed out at the comment that came in from Mr. Lapid at the India International Film Festival.
मैं उन शख्स को मैं कहूँगा कि भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, गणपति जी उनको सद्बुद्धि दे, थोड़ी अकल दे, और इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा, बिकॉज मंदिर के बाहर इस तरह की बात करना कोई फिलहाल बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है।
सर फिर भी आपका ओपिनियन क्या रहेगा?
विल गिव द प्रॉपर रिप्लाई टू इट। अगर हॉलोकास्ट सही है तो कश्मीरी पंडितों का एक्सोडस भी सही है। ये एक प्री प्लान मुझे लगता है, मैं जितना ज़्यादा जानता नहीं, ऐसा प्री प्लान लगता है कि प्लानिंग किया गया है, बिकॉज उसके बाद इमीडिएटली टूल किट गैंग जो है वो सक्रिय हो गया, और मुझे एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था आप लोग यहाँ होंगे, बिकॉज बट it's shameful for him to make a statement like this. और
स्टेटमेंट बहुत गलत दिया है, लेकिन फिर
but from a community who have suffered Holocaust, Jews have suffered Holocaust, and he comes from that community, and for him to sort of make a statement like this, he has also pained those people who have जो इस त्रासदी के शिकार हुए आज से बहुत साल पहले। तो मैं यही कहूँगा कि ये हमारे गणपति जी, सिद्धि विनायक के भगवान उनको अकल दे और सद्बुद्धि दे, ताकि वो इस तरह लोगों के हजारों लाखों लोगों की जो ट्रेजेडी है उसको मंच पर से इस्तेमाल करके अपना एक ध्येय पूरा ना करें।
Well, the comment from Mr. Lapid has also drawn criticism from various other quarters. Political parties have also lashed out against him.
देखिए, शायद इस बात का अंदाज़ा उन लोगों को नहीं होगा। ये दुनिया के अंदर एक ऐसी लोग हैं, कुछ लोग जो कश्मीरी पंडित, कश्मीरी हिंदुओं के ऊपर जो नरसंहार हुआ उस इतिहास को झुटलाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन वो इतिहास गवाह है कि 90 के दशक में किस तरह से सामूहिक रूप से वहाँ नरसंहार किए गए, वहाँ उनको कश्मीरी हिंदुओं को, कश्मीरी पंडितों को वहाँ से भगाने का षड्यंत्र रचा गया, और उसमें बहुत सारे 5 लाख विस्थापित आज पूरे देश में हैं। कई लोग उनके परिवार के मारे जा चुके हैं। इसलिए अगर इस फोरम पे कोई इस बात को कहता है तो ये सोची समझी साजिश है। इस साजिश को भारत नकार रहा है, कश्मीर भी उसको नकार रहा है।
And a short while ago, I spoke to Kobi Shoshani, the Israeli envoy to India, who has condemned this comment that was made by Mr. Lapid. You see these comments that by the Israeli filmmaker at the film festival against the Kashmir Files.
So good morning, and I was there in Goa last night. Ambassador and I, with a lot of people, and saw fantastic films. Father was there, and I told you frankly, I saw Kashmir Files, and in my point of view, it's a completely not propaganda. To use such a word, even in Hebrew, make my body shivering. And I don't think it's a right word. You can have a completely different opinion, which is okay. I saw the film. Tears come out of my eyes when I saw the film. It was not an easy film to watch, and I have a good relations with Anupam Kher. He became a friend of mine. Of course, Vivek and Paravi Joshi, all the cast of Kashmir Files, we are a close friend. And for me, it was a very sad day to hear Nadav Lapid saying something like that, frankly.
Right. Do you think that the filmmaker perhaps should have desisted from using the word propaganda at least? Because if he was commenting on the style of filmmaking, that was a different thing. But he, in a sense, did seem to be questioning the very narrative of what happened in Jammu and Kashmir and essentially the exodus of Kashmiri Pundits.
First of all, as far as I understand, and I think that it was the opinion of the committee, not his personal. It's a personal view of Mr. Lapid, and I think I don't agree with that completely.
All right, let's also listen into a reaction that we've got from Kavinder Gupta on this. Kavinder Gupta, of course, has hit out at the filmmaker.
नादिम लैपिड ने जिस प्रकार से एक बयान दिया है कश्मीर फाइल्स को लेकर के, जिन लोगों का कोई लेना देना नहीं रहता वो इस प्रकार से जब कुछ कहते हैं तो ये साफ जाहिर होता है कोई एजेंसियां वहाँ पर काम कर रही हैं। कश्मीर फाइल्स में जो कुछ दिखाया गया बिल्कुल सही था और मुझे लगता है कि उससे भी ज़्यादा हुआ था। तो आज कुछ इस्लामिक जो मूवमेंट के तहत इस प्रकार के माहौल ख़राब करने की जो कोशिश की जाती है ये उसी का हिस्सा हो सकती है। इजराइल के साथ हमारे अच्छे संबंध हैं और ख़ास करके ऐसे लोग किसी के इशारे पर ये काम करते हैं। जैसे किसान आंदोलन हुआ वो उसमें भी बाहरी ताकतें थी। जिस प्रकार से राम रहीम के विषय को लेकर के अभी ताज़ा खबर आई है कि ISI कुछ करना चाहती है, माहौल ख़राब करना चाहती है, ये उसी का हिस्सा है। इन पर चेक लगाना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
Director Vivek Agnihotri's film The Kashmir Files, of course, is now at the center of fresh controversy with a filmmaker from Israel who was heading the jury at the International Film Festival of India in Goa last night, criticizing the film. He called the film propaganda. Nadav Lapid, if his jury had termed the movie as vulgar and inappropriate during the concluding ceremony of the festival and said that the spirit of the festival can surely accept a critical discussion as well. Now, the Seema Bhavani personnel of the BSF shot down a drone from Pakistan with the personnel responsible for the successful action rewarded by the DIG of the BSF, Prabhakar Joshi.
कल रात्रि को 11 बजे BOP दरिया मंसूर पर पाकिस्तान द्वारा गहरी साजिश के तहत ड्रोन के माध्यम से तकरीबन 3 या 4 केजी हेरोइन भेजी जा रही थी। सीमा पर तैनात 2 हमारी महिला भवानी कांस्टेबल प्रीति और कांस्टेबल भाग्यश्री, इन्होंने असाधारण बहादुरी, सूझबूझ, निशानेबाजी का परिचय देते हुए तुरंत ड्रोन पर फायर करा और उस फायर से ड्रोन को नुकसान पहुंचा और ये ज़मीन पर क्रैश हो गया। पूरे सीमा सुरक्षा बल को इन दोनों महिला कांस्टेबल्स पर गर्व है और पूरी मातृशक्ति के लिए ये एक संदेश भी है कि हमारी माताएं बहनें कितनी सक्षम, कितनी ताकतवर हैं और किस तरह माँ दुर्गा के रूप में किसी भी साजिश का, किसी भी दुष्ट का संहार करने में सक्षम है। आज जब इसमें बंदे सामान को खोला गया तो इसमें 3 पैकेट जो तकरीबन 3 से 4 केजी लगते हैं हेरोइन, सस्पेक्टेड हेरोइन का होना प्रतीत होता है, जिसको पूरी तहकीकात के बाद देखा जाएगा। हमें हमारे सीमा प्रहरियों पर और जो ये महिला कार्मिक है सीमा भवानी, जिन्होंने बहुत ज़बरदस्त कार्य करा है, इन पर गर्व है। मैं इनको इस असाधारण कार्य के लिए, इस ज़बरदस्त कार्य के लिए अपनी तरफ से दोनों को रिवार्ड देता हूँ।
Look at what else is making news this morning. Our President Draupadi Murmu is expected to participate in celebrations for the Indian Navy Day as rehearsals for the festival are underway ahead of the event that's scheduled for the 4th of December. The accused Aftab Poonawalla has been brought to the FSL this morning amid high security after yesterday's attack on his police van. In yesterday's attack, attackers were seen carrying swords and guns. Stones were also pelted at the vehicles that were ferrying Aftab Poonawalla. The Delhi police has recorded a statement of Jimesh Nambiar in the Shraddha Walkar murder case. Jimesh Nambiar is someone who worked closely with Shraddha Walkar in an IT company in 2021. Reacting to the IFI jury head Nadav Lapid's vulgar propaganda remark, actor Anupam Kher took to Twitter, posting images of Kashmiri Pundit exodus, further saying that the truth is always small in comparison to lies. The actor also referred to the filmmaker's Israeli origins, referring to the Holocaust his own community had witnessed in the past.
Qualities and defaults and
now, after Anupam Kher, Kashmir File director Vivek Agnihotri has also hit out at the IFI jury head for his vulgar propaganda remark, sharing a note on Twitter where he said that truth is the most dangerous thing. The NIA has targeted the gangster network in North India as raids are being conducted by the agency in parts of Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Punjab, Rajasthan, with multiple teams deployed across various locations. IT Minister and YSR Party legislator Amarnath has said that Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy will start governance from the proposed executive capital of Vizag from April 2023. He added that the capital of Vizag is not the decision for a few selfish people, but an aspiration for all people. The Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, during an address in a public meeting for the party's campaign in Gujarat last evening, compared Prime Minister Modi to Ravan. He said that Modi is omnipresent in local, state and Lok Sabha elections like Ravan with 100 heads. The Indonesian Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal and Security Affairs, Dr. Muhammad Mahfoud, is scheduled to meet with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval in Delhi today. The Indonesian minister will accompany a high-powered delegation. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, has spoken at the Global Technology Summit in 2022, where he says that the rise of India is deeply linked with the rise of Indian technology. He also added that in today's times, we cannot be agnostic to technology. Well, news just coming in. We are now getting a big political scoop out of the Rajasthan Congress tussle. We are learning that the Congress party has rushed its troubleshooter to Jaipur. Sources are now suggesting that Ashok Gehlot could be asked to step down. We're also learning from our sources that the Congress party may replace him with Sachin Pilot. Do remember that there has been quite a lot of controversy around the leadership tussle that we have seen in the Congress party within the Rajasthan unit now. Earlier also there was talk of the fact that Ashok Gehlot could be replaced by Sachin Pilot. Now, the latest that we are getting on this is that this could happen before the 3rd of December. And the date for 3rd of December, of course, is because Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra actually reaches Rajasthan on the 3rd. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, is joining us live right now. He has more details on this. Abhishek, good afternoon. We are now learning that a change in guard is almost on the cards for the Congress party in Rajasthan, and it could take place sooner rather than later.
Well, it depends on where the Gandhis would really tilt ultimately, Nupur. The fact of the matter is that this has been going on for a while, to the extent that in 2020 we saw an open rebellion that panned out by the Sachin Pilot camp. Of course, Sachin Pilot himself did not join those MLAs who had revolted and were camping in Gurugram, in fact, on the outskirts of Delhi, essentially to put pressure on the High Command to take a call. But since then, it seems at that time at least, Ashok Gehlot carried his weight, and remember, he belongs to the old guard, so in a way the Congress old guard also came together and held on to one of their own rather than let a young Turk take the lead. The fact of the matter is that the Sachin Pilot, who as PCC president at that time really slogged and worked hard to make sure that Congress returned to power in Rajasthan, and of course then we saw Ashok Gehlot becoming the chief minister. The tussle has started from day one since the formation of the government there, with its ebbs and flows, lows, and now what we are seeing is Sachin Pilot, his patience really running out, and he has been telling the High Command that now a call has to be taken, otherwise he will have to look for options. I think that's the reason why, Nupur, a meeting is happening today for the first time between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot, brokered by the High Command, and that's why State in Charge KC Venugopal is to be there. And it is expected that some solution might come out. Of course, if you go by the Pilot camp, one would want to, if you go by the Pilot camp, they would want us to believe that it's a done deal and that Gehlot would be removed. But if you go by by whatever information is trickling from the Gehlot camp, obviously these are all fancies of the Pilot camp, given the fact that Ashok Gehlot is firmly entrenched. It goes without saying that that the two leaders have really dug it in, and it's unlikely that Gehlot, if he's asked to go, would go without causing some damage to the party. Remember, he relinquished becoming Congress president because he did not want to give up the chair, and that really gives you an idea. So if Sachin Pilot can cause a rebellion, so can Ashok Gehlot, a picture of which he gave at the time when he was asked to become Congress president and he refused. So I think all attention or all focus now on this meeting that is to take place under KC Venugopal between the two leaders, and then we would know perhaps in a couple of hours where the wind is blowing so far as Rajasthan's chief ministership is concerned.
Right now, Abhishek, what we've been hearing is that the Congress party in Rajasthan would want to really sort this issue out before Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra actually reaches Rajasthan. That's scheduled for the 3rd of December. But realistically, is it possible to deal with this situation? Because we've seen in the past how hard the Congress has tried to sort out this internal politics between the party, and it hasn't really yielded any results.
Well, as I see Rajasthan politics, particularly the Congress unit of Rajasthan, I think it still remains firmly in the hands of Ashok Gehlot, Nupur. Willy-nilly, it's the old warhorse of the Congress party who I think still commands a majority, not just in the legislature party, but I believe in the district units as well. So in that sense, I think Sachin Pilot has more than a couple of times, perhaps even if he wanted to really up the ante and read the riot act to the Congress High Command, has not been able to, essentially because the numbers have not added up for him. And it seems the picture is no different today as these talks happen. I think the best case scenario for Pilot perhaps could be that he extracts a promise from the Congress party that this is the last term for Ashok Gehlot. And for the time being, the old wily warhorse that Ashok Gehlot is, even he might say, okay, fine, if I get to buy this time till the elections, why not? So that perhaps could be an outcome, but as I said, you never know. And particularly post Ashok Gehlot's rebellion on the issue of becoming Congress president, even the High Command is no more as enamored to him as it was earlier perhaps. So in that sense, I think it's more like even Stevens between Sachin Pilot's rebellion and Ashok Gehlot's rebellion, and now it's really a call that the Gandhis ultimately have to take. So we have to wait for a while. We don't know as yet whether KC Venugopal has actually carried a letter or chitti, as it is called in the Congress culture, from the High Command and he reads that to both the leaders in his presence. But clearly, it's if you go by the party organization structure, the ministers, the legislature party, obviously Ashok Gehlot has an edge. But the fact that it was hard work of Sachin Pilot which really steadied the Congress ship during the campaign, which brought the party to power in 2018, I think that is going to also be a factor when a decision is taken. We don't know as of now whether the truce is meant to be for the upcoming elections or just by a temporary reprieve till the High Command makes up its mind.
And also, if a truce does come about, Abhishek, the big question will be for how long will it last really, and will the Congress party hope to reap dividends from it? For the moment, Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, thank you very much for joining us. So that's one of the big stories we'll be tracking through the day for you today. The Congress tussle in Rajasthan expected to be resolved. That's what we are hearing from our sources, at least, that there is a meeting that will be taking place between the two factions and an emissary from the Congress High Command. All right, so what we're given to understand right now is that there is talk of the Congress party replacing Ashok Gehlot with Sachin Pilot. To remember that for a while now, there have been two factions within the Congress in Rajasthan, and there has been talk of Sachin Pilot, of course, taking on the chief ministership. Now, that's not going to be easy, because what we're given to understand is that Ashok Gehlot, of course, has continued to remain steeped in the Congress party, and also saying that that's something that's not acceptable to him. So what we are learning right now is that there is a key meeting that's going to happen between Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot, and an emissaries from the Congress party who will be in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, brokering a peace of sorts. At least that's what we are learning now. We were also told earlier that perhaps the Congress party will hope to find a way out of this conundrum, a way out perhaps of this issue before the 3rd of December. That's when Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra essentially enters Rajasthan. So the Congress party will want to find a way out of it before then. All right, so what we are also learning is that some sources seem to suggest that Ashok Gehlot could be asked to step down, and Sachin Pilot could eventually be asked to take over as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Do remember that Ashok Gehlot was the Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan. He thereafter, of course, resigned, and there have been two groups within the Congress party in Rajasthan for a while now. And both groups, of course, do command loyalties of their own leaders. Earlier on, of course, there was a fiasco within the Congress party after Ashok Gehlot was asked by the Congress party to stand for elections to the post of Congress president. But that was something that didn't go really according to plan. And in fact, in those elections, of course, we later on saw Mallikarjun Kharge become the Congress president. Now, that was looked upon really as a plan for the Congress party to be able to give Ashok Gehlot an important responsibility, even while they tried to keep Sachin Pilot happy. Aishwarya Kapoor also on the phone line with us. He's our political editor. Aishwarya, what are you learning? How is the Congress party looking at finding a way out of this conundrum? Essentially, what we are now looking at is perhaps Sachin Pilot taking over as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. But do you think that's going to be acceptable at all to Ashok Gehlot?
Well, not at all. And the problem is that it feels as if it's been an era for a fight between Sachin Pilot and then Ashok Gehlot, despite complete confidence being given by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Rahul Gandhi to Sachin Pilot that he is going to hold the reins. Ashok Gehlot has his fans so deep within the Congress decision-making machinery that he hasn't allowed. Even if you see, whenever the Congress president, Mr. Kharge, now who was elected according to the Congress party as the new president, goes to Gujarat, Ashok Gehlot is right there. In fact, Ashok Gehlot has been given the responsibility of the Gujarat elections, and Sachin Pilot understands that these promises which are being given to him by the Gandhis and then by the Vadras in turn do not hold any value, because on ground Ashok Gehlot seems to be very strong within the Congress party, and that's the problem. That is why it seeps in more desperation. And when these comments of Ashok Gehlot stating that Sachin Pilot will never become the chief minister comes out, it just makes him far more desperate, because he has been promised but not delivered. And these promises are not happening for the first time. They have been happening for over half a decade now. That is 5 years. And this time around, it was promised that whenever the Congress government comes, Sachin Pilot is going to be the chief minister. But the way Ashok Gehlot and the faction, and that's a big faction of the Rajasthan Congress works, they are making a case against Sachin Pilot in a way that they are able to portray that he is a leader who has not been loyal to the Congress. On the contrary, Sachin says they are the people who are being praised by the BJP, the tallest leader. Yes, Samiksha.
Yes. Aishwarya, Samiksha here. If you could once again, take us through those political reactions that have been coming in, especially from the Congress top brass all these days, when we talk about this internal tussle which has been brewing between Gehlot and Pilot for quite some time.
Well, no one wants to. Well, absolutely, Samiksha, but then no one wants to openly talk about it. There are these murmurs, no, we will settle it out, because the promises made to Sachin Pilot are by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Rahul Gandhi, and on the contrary, promises made to Ashok Gehlot are by Sonia Gandhi. So the fight is really not between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, it's between Sonia Gandhi and then Rahul Gandhi in turn. This time around, also just a 15 days prior promise by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Rahul Gandhi with Sachin Pilot, because as soon as this comment came in from Ashok Gehlot that Sachin Pilot is never going to be the chief minister, there was a meeting between the Gandhi Vadras and Sachin Pilot, and once again he was promised that rest assured. But the case which is being built by Ashok Gehlot, the man who has been given the responsibility by the Congress, by the same Congress party, which says that it has given assurance to Sachin Pilot that he will be the next chief minister, that Ashok Gehlot is responsible for Gujarat elections. So his control over the party machinery is strong. And even Sachin Pilot understands it, and that's why the desperation is now seeping in more. And every time Sachin Pilot raises the question, Ashok Gehlot and his strong faction comes up with a point that he is the leader who tried to divide the Congress in Rajasthan and go with the BJP. That's the allegation. Sachin Pilot says there is no proof. Ashok Gehlot says he has proof. So the tussle is on. Congress leadership understands it's really not between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, but Sonia Gandhi and then Rahul Gandhi, that who will be the next leader and the chief minister of the Congress party.
यह निंदनीय है और कहीं न कहीं ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता को दर्शाता है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी गुजरात के वह पुत्र हैं, नरेंद्र मोदी जी वह गुजराती है जो आज ये कहने से अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगा कि वो गुजरात के स्वाभिमान के रूप में, हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में विगत 8 वर्षों से काम करते हुए हिंदुस्तान के प्रत्येक गरीब को, हिंदुस्तान के प्रत्येक पिछड़े को, हिंदुस्तान के प्रत्येक मजदूर को किस प्रकार से आगे लिया जा सके, उसका विकास कैसे हो, उसके लिए अनवरत कार्य कर रहे हैं। मैं तो सल्यूट करता हूं गुजरात की भूमि को, पवित्र गुजरात की भूमि को, पवित्र गुजरात की मिट्टी को मैं सल्यूट करता हूं कि उन्होंने ऐसा एक सुपूत हिंदुस्तान को दिया है जिसके लिए पूरे विश्व में आज एक अनुपम छवि बनी है। A leader who is considered as a global leader today across the world, उसको रावण कहना और उसके लिए इस प्रकार के अपशब्दों का प्रयोग करना, यह केवल और केवल मोदी जी का अपमान है, ऐसा नहीं है। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल जी, आप जान ले, यह प्रत्येक गुजराती का अपमान है। This is an insult which is rubbed into every Gujarati. यह गुजरात का अपमान है। और खड़गे साहब, सोनिया जी के कहने पर आपने गुजरात में जाके गुजरात की मिट्टी पर खड़े होकर गुजरात के बेटे के लिए जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग किया है, उससे कांग्रेस को आईना दिखाने का काम गुजरात की जनता करेगी। बंधुगण, मैंने इसलिए कहा कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी के ये वक्तव्य नहीं है, ये वक्तव्य सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी जी के, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार का नफरत गांधी परिवार में नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लिए रहा है, नतीजा हुआ है कि आरंभ तो सोनिया जी से होता है और गाली देने का काम तमाम कांग्रेस के नेता करते हैं। आप याद कीजिए, सबसे पहले मोदी जी को मौत का सौदागर कह के संबोधित किया था आदरणीय सोनिया गांधी जी ने। क्या नतीजा रहा? जब एक मेहनत कश गुजराती को मौत का सौदागर कहा जाता है, तो गुजरात की जनता ने सोनिया जी और कांग्रेस पार्टी को इसका जवाब दिया। नतीजा हमने देखा है। और आज फिर से मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी प्रधानमंत्री जी को रावण कह रहे हैं। और इतना ही नहीं, आज से एक हफ्ते पहले मधुसूदन मिस्त्री, जो कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता हैं, उन्होंने कहा था कि हम मोदी को औकात दिखा देंगे। मुझे कहते हुए दुख हो रहा है कि आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी पूरे विश्व में हिंदुस्तान कहां खड़ा है, किस पायदान पे खड़े हैं, इसको बता रहे हैं। 11वें नंबर स्थान से अगर हिंदुस्तान 5वें नंबर का आर्थिक शक्ति बनता है और उसके पीछे नरेंद्र मोदी जी की मेहनत है, तो मोदी जी को औकात दिखाने की बात मधुसूदन मिस्त्री और कांग्रेस पार्टी करती है। केवल रावण नहीं कहा गया, बार बार जो औकात दिखा देंगे कहा गया है। क्या औकात दिखा देंगे सोनिया जी? मोदी जी ने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करके पाकिस्तान को सबक सिखाया, पाकिस्तान को अपनी औकात दिखाई। मोदी जी ने जिस प्रकार से आतंकवाद के खिलाफ काम किया है, आतंकवाद को अपना औकात दिखाया कि तुम सर उठा करके हिंदुस्तान में जी नहीं सकते हो आतंकवाद। तो इस कारण से आप मोदी जी को रावण और आप मोदी जी को औकात दिखाने के विषय में बताएंगे। बंधुगण, इतना ही नहीं, आप याद करिए किस प्रकार से शेख हुसैन ने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के लिए 2022 में कहा था कि वो कुत्ते की मौत मरेगा। आप लोगों ने न्यूज में भी दिखाया था। पूरा का पूरा इस पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी किया था। प्रधानमंत्री के लिए इस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग। और सुबोध कांत सहाय ने कहा था हिटलर की मौत मरेगा मोदी। आप सोच के देखिए किस प्रकार की कामना कांग्रेस पार्टी की रही है। केवल रावण नहीं, कुत्ते की मौत मरना, हिटलर की मौत मरना। अलका लांबा ने कहा था वो नालायक प्रधानमंत्री है। ठीक उसी प्रकार मोदी जी के लिए नाना पटोले ने कहा था कि मोदी को मार भी सकता हूं। कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष महाराष्ट्र के, आपको याद है ना कि अगर आवश्यकता पड़े तो मैं मोदी को जान से मार सकता हूं, यह भी नाना पटोले ने कहा था। इतना ही नहीं, राक्षस की तुलना एक बहुत बड़े नेता कांग्रेस पार्टी के पूर्व मंत्री उमंग सिंघार ने कहा था कि मोदी एक राक्षस है। तो वहीं दूसरे ने कहा था मोदी क्रूर प्रधानमंत्री है। और ये रणदीप सुरजेवाला है जिन्होंने कहा था कि मोदी एक क्रूर प्रधानमंत्री है। और रणदीप सुरजेवाला ने मोदी जी की कंपैरिजन बंदर से भी की थी। ये पूरी फहरिस्त के साथ में बैठा हूं, पूरा फहरिस्त है। मुझे लगता है कॉकरोच, यमराज, जिस प्रकार के घिनौने शब्दों का प्रयोग मोदी जी के लिए किया गया है, मोदी जी खुद कहते हैं, अमेरिका में भी कहा, जब उनसे किसी ने पूछा कि आपके पीछे ऊर्जा का कारण क्या है, तो मोदी जी ने कहा रोज 2.5-3 किलो गाली जो मुझे परोसा जाता है कांग्रेसियों द्वारा, उसी से मुझे ऊर्जा मिलती है। जब भ्रष्टाचारी, जब परिवारवादी, जब तुष्टीकरण करने वाले नेता गाली देते हैं, तो एक बात स्पष्ट होता है कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री कुछ अच्छा कर रहे हैं। इस कारण से उन्हें गाली दिया जा रहा है। टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग जब ये प्रधानमंत्री को गाली देते हैं, तो इसमें एक ही संदर्भ होता है कि प्रधानमंत्री देश को जुड़ा हुआ देखना चाहते हैं। इसीलिए जो देश को खंडित देखना चाहते हैं, वो प्रधानमंत्री को गाली देने का काम कर रहे हैं। बंधुगण, आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रत्येक गुजराती से हाथ जोड़ के अपील करती है कि आप सभी याद रखिए, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं। उनको रावण कहना, रावण का अर्थ होता है जो सत्य का अपहरण करता है। रावण का अर्थ होता है जो पवित्रता का अपहरण करता है। रावण का अर्थ होता है जो पाप का साथ देता है, धर्म का साथ नहीं देता। प्रत्येक गुजराती से आज हम ये अपील करते हैं कि जिस पार्टी के मुखिया ने इस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग गुजरात के स्वाभिमान के लिए, गुजरात के बेटे के लिए, गुजरात के सपूत के लिए किया है, प्रत्येक गुजराती उनके खिलाफ खड़े हो जाए। प्रत्येक गुजराती कांग्रेस पार्टी को सबक सिखाए और 100% गुजराती घर से बाहर निकलकर वोट करे। 100%, 100% गुजराती शुड कम आउट to vote against this kind of mentality of the Congress party. the mentality of the Congress party to denigrate the post of the Prime Minister by calling him Ravan. आपको बदला लेना है, रिवेंज लेना है, और ये बदला लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से होना चाहिए. ये बदला पार्टिसिपेशन से, लोकतंत्र में 100% पार्टिसिपेट करके 100% मतदान अपने सपूत के नाम, 100% वोटिंग फॉर द सन ऑफ द सॉइल नरेंद्र मोदी जी. इसके माध्यम से ही आप मौत के सौदागर कहने वाली सोनिया जी के पार्टी से बदला ले सकते हैं और उन्हें एक सबक सिखा सकते हैं. इतना कह के मैं अपने वाणी को विराम दूंगा. कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछें. मैं पहले तो इस मंच से स्वामीनारायण संप्रदाय को जय श्री नारायण कहूंगा, उनका नमन करूंगा. मैं खुद भी स्वामीनारायण संप्रदाय से जुड़ा हुआ हूं और खुद भी अक्षरधाम समय समय पर जाकर पूजा अर्चना करता हूं. ये इतनी बड़ी संस्था है, इतनी बड़ी संगठन है और मानव प्रेम का संगठन है. किस प्रकार से मानव को जोड़ा जा सके, किस प्रकार से मानवता को आगे बढ़ाया जा सके. अनादिकाल से यह संगठन, यह संस्था धर्म के आधार पर किस प्रकार देश आगे बढ़ सके, सेवा के आधार पर कैसे भारत आगे बढ़ सके, इसकी चिंता करता रहता है. कहीं फ्लड हो, कहीं भूकंप हो, कहीं कोई त्रासदी हो, तो हम पहले देखते हैं कि स्वामी जो होते हैं हमारे स्वामीनाथ संप्रदाय के, वो खड़े रहते हैं. मगर उस अक्षरधाम अपने आप में एक गाथा है. उसके बावजूद आम आदमी पार्टी का इस प्रकार का गाली. एक तरह आप देख रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब प्रमुख स्वामी के संस्कार में गए थे, उनके आंखों से आंसू छलक गए. उन्होंने कहा, आप लोगों ने तो गुरु खोया होगा, मैंने अपना पिता खोया है. प्रधानमंत्री जी की यह श्रद्धा है. मगर दूसरी तरफ दूसरे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का इस प्रकार का बयान, मुझे वो अंग्रेजी शब्द कहने से भी बहुत कष्ट हो रहा है, मैं वो शब्द दोहराना नहीं चाहूंगा. जिस प्रकार की गाली, जिसको अंग्रेजी में अब्यूज और स्लैंग कहा जाता है, जो स्लैंग का प्रयोग आम आदमी पार्टी ने किया है इतने बड़े संप्रदाय के लिए, स्वामीनारायण संप्रदाय के लिए, मुझे लगता है ऐसे लोगों को राजनीति में रहने का एक पल की भी उनकी आवश्यकता नहीं. यह गुजरात का अपमान है, गुजरात की मिट्टी का अपमान है. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को माफी मांगनी चाहिए हाथ जोड़ करके, और बर्खास्त करना चाहिए ऐसे व्यक्ति को जो इतने बड़े संप्रदाय के लिए ऐसे घिनौने शब्द का प्रयोग कर सकता है. मैं पुनः कहूंगा कि ये जो स्लैंग मैच, गाली फेस्टिवल चल रहा है, एक तरफ प्रधानमंत्री को रावण, एक तरफ स्वामीनारायण संप्रदाय के लिए इस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग, गुजरात की जनता को मैं नमन करते हुए कहूंगा कि लोकतंत्र में खड़े होकर अपने आवाज से अपने विषय को दर्ज कराएं कि आप ऐसे गाली के साथ खड़े नहीं हैं, आप उन्हें सबक सिखाएंगे.
मेरा सवाल है, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने कल एक बात कही थी, उनका कहना था कि मैं दलित हूं, मेरे हाथ से कोई चाय भी नहीं पीता है. और राहुल गांधी ने कल एक बड़ी आरोप लगाया था कि उनकी छवि खराब करने के लिए बीजेपी ने करोड़ों रुपए खर्च किए.
देखिए, मुझे तो बड़ा आश्चर्य लग रहा है कि आदरणीय मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे, एक तरफ तो उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को रावण कहा, उस पर हमने पूरा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है. मगर इस बात का मुझे दुख है और ये जान के मुझे बहुत ही दुख हो रहा है कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे एक सीनियर लीडर, कांग्रेस में इतने वर्षों तक वो बहुत अहम पोजीशंस में रहे, पद पर रहे, मगर किसी भी कांग्रेसी ने उनके हाथ से चाय पीने तक का इनकार कर दिया. जब भी वो चाय देते थे राहुल गांधी जी को और सोनिया जी को, सोनिया जी और राहुल जी उनके हाथ से चाय पीना नहीं चाहते थे. ये जान के मैं बहुत हतप्रभ हूं, बहुत ही ज्यादा हतप्रभ हूं कि इस प्रकार की मैं कहूंगा कि इस प्रकार का भेदभाव कांग्रेस पार्टी में होता है. इतने बड़े लीडर और उनके साथ उनके हाथ का चाय नहीं पीना चाहता है कोई कांग्रेस का व्यक्ति. ये बहुत ही घिनौनी बात है और मुझे लगता है आप लोगों से भी कि आप लोग ये सोनिया जी से अवश्य प्रश्न पूछे कि इस प्रकार का व्यवहार इससे पहले सीताराम केसरी जी के साथ किया था सोनिया जी ने, और अब मालूम पड़ रहा है कि केवल सीताराम केसरी नहीं, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे के भी हाथ से पानी पीने को सोनिया जी ने इनकार किया है. ये बहुत ही घिनौनी बात है। सोनिया जी को माफी मांगनी चाहिए। राहुल गांधी क्या कह रहे हैं? क्यों खर्च करेंगे? उनकी छवि, अरे छवि होगी तो खराब करेंगे ना। अब है ही नहीं तो हम कैसे खराब कर देंगे आप बताइए। खुद कांग्रेस के लोग उनको बुला नहीं रहे हैं गुजरात के अंदर प्रचार के लिए। हिमाचल वालों ने उन्हें बुलाया नहीं प्रचार के लिए। आप बताइए, आप राहुल गांधी से पूछिए कितनी बार वो प्रचार करने गुजरात गए हैं? 2 बार गए हैं गुजरात। अब क्या उनको बुला नहीं रहे हैं कांग्रेस वाले? तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी बुलाएगी उनको प्रचार के लिए। अब पैसे कौन खर्च नहीं कर रहा है? कांग्रेस वाले ही उनके ऊपर दांव नहीं लगाना चाहते। इसमें हम क्या करेंगे? और पूरी तरह से प्रायोजित यात्रा चल तो रहा है, फिल्मी कलाकारों को बुलाया जा रहा है, वो सब प्रायोजन चल रहा है उनका, उनको करने दीजिए वो। देखिए, इस विषय पे इजराइल के जो हमारे एनवॉय हैं, जो एम्बेसडर हैं, उन्होंने अपना वक्तव्य दिया है और ये टीवी पे भी चल रहा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Right, so as you just heard, the BJP, they're training guns at the Congress over the remarks that have been made by Mallikarjun Kharge, in which he's likened Prime Minister Modi to Ravan. And in fact, this is not just the first time, as BJP said. So a lot of reactions as well, of course, coming in. But first up, let's once again listen into those remarks that have been made by Mallikarjun Kharge.
आप किसी को मत देखो, मोदी को देखकर वोट दो। अब भाई तुम्हारे को तुम्हारी सूरत कितनी बार देखना? कारपोरेशन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमएलए इलेक्शन भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमपी इलेक्शन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना। हर जगह कितने हैं भाई? क्या आपके रावण के जैसा 100 मुख है? क्या है? समझ में नहीं आता।
मोदी जी और शाह 70 साल में कांग्रेस ने क्या किया? अरे भाई, 70 साल में अगर हम कुछ नहीं करते तो आप लोग तंत्र नहीं पाते थे। और आपके जैसा आदमी जो आप हमेशा क्लेम करते हैं, मैं गरीब हूं, मैं वो, हम भी गरीब है, हम तो गरीब से गरीब है, हम तो अछूतों में आते हैं। कम से कम तुम्हारी चाय तो कोई पीता है, मेरी चाय भी नहीं पीता कोई।
All right, getting in breaking news right now, breaking updates coming in on the controversy over those shocking remarks that were made by the Israeli filmmaker. Reaction coming in from the Israeli ambassador to India, reacting to the row, in which he said that it is in fact one private person's opinion and that not of Israel at large. Let's listen into that reaction coming in from the Israel ambassador to India, where he has called out the Israeli filmmaker for making those distasteful remarks, where he said that where he called the movie as vulgar and even labeled it as a propaganda movie, a statement that has drawn criticism from across the board. So reactions, of course, coming in, massive outrage from the Kashmiri Pundits as well. But we'll put out that reaction as well that's coming from the Israeli ambassador, who said that it is in fact one private person's opinion and that India-Israel ties are stronger than one individual. Let's listen into that reaction. So those are the remarks that have been, reaction coming in from the Israeli ambassador, saying that this is one private person's opinion and that India-Israel ties are quite strong. This, of course, after those remarks that were made by the Israeli filmmaker, in which he condemned the Kashmiri Files movie and said that this movie is a propaganda movie, even went on to say that it is vulgar. So those distasteful remarks that were made that have drawn drawn massive criticism from across the board. Let's listen into that reaction. All right, before we put out that reaction, play out that reaction of the Israeli ambassador, let's once again listen in as to what the Israeli filmmaker, who's also the jury head of the International Film Festival in India, who said that he's disturbed and shocked by the Kashmir Files and that the film felt like a propaganda and a vulgar movie. Going on to say that it seemed inappropriate for an artistic competitive section. Those were the remarks that were made by the Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid. Let's once again listen in before we play out that reaction of the Israeli ambassador.
And evoked vivid discussions. We were, all of us, disturbed and shocked by the 15th film, by the movie Kashmir Files, that felt to us like a propaganda, vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section of such a prestigious film festival. I feel totally comfortable to share openly these feelings here with you on stage, since the spirit that we felt in the festival can surely accept also a critical discussion, which is essential for art and for life. Thanks a lot.
All right, let's now listen in to that reaction coming in from the Israeli ambassador, who's said that the remarks that were made by the Israeli filmmaker is that of a single person, and that India-Israel ties are stronger than ever. Let's listen into to that reaction.
Everyone was very happy. I think that one private person with his own opinion shouldn't change anything here. And that's what I was trying to tell, that the relations are much stronger than this individual and another individual. Each one is entitled to his own opinion. My opinion is obviously different. I'm very happy in India. I think that the relations will continue regardless of this or another individual. And we will continue to celebrate our cooperation and our culture. And everyone was very happy. I think that one private person with his own opinion shouldn't change anything here, and that's what I was trying to tell, that the relations are much stronger than this individual and another individual. Each one is entitled to his own opinion. My opinion is obviously different. I'm very happy in India. I think that the relations will continue regardless of this or another individual, and we will continue to celebrate our cooperation and our culture.
All right, there you heard a reaction coming in from the Israeli ambassador to India, saying that the remarks that were made by the Israeli filmmaker at the event was the remarks that only was a person's point of view and not that of Israel. Going on to say that Israel and India ties are pretty strong. We'll slip into a very short break, but lots coming up on the other side of this break. And on the other side, we'll get you coverage from Pan India as massive NIA crackdown continues on gangsters.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
भैया जी हमला! भैया जी 10 गोलियां ले ले।
गोलियां नहीं रख जा, गोली।
पर बाहर तो 10 लोग हैं।
10 हो या पूरी बस, अब तो बस 1 है तो डन है। इसको कोई वॉच कराओ। जब वॉचो मिले ढेर सारे OTT ऐप्स एक ही प्लान में, तो हर कोई बोलेगा वॉचो 1 है तो डन है।
वॉचो प्लान स्टार्टिंग एट जस्ट 42 रुपीज पर मंथ। आज ही सब्सक्राइब करें और पाएं सिलेक्ट प्लान्स पर 1 महीना कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री।